All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. We're starting up a little bit early tonight because the Spurs are on the clock first versus the Charlotte Hornets. I guess the league is just so excited about the De'Aaron Fox Wemby combination. It went so well in the last game versus the Hawks that they were like, you guys just have to be first up in the next game. So 6 o'clock start. Shout out to De'Aaron Fox. And I was I was watching the Kings game the other night, and it was the Kings Blazers game, and I was like, oh man, I actually do kind of not that we would want to move De'Aaron Fox away from the Spurs, not that we want to undo that trade, but just in a vacuum, it was like, oh, just the entertainment value that De'Aaron Fox provided in the late night window on League Pass chat, the Sacramento Kings carrying some of those West Coast slots, but. I mean, a competitive game, and who knows, chat, if you got a couple of Kamara people, any Kamara people in the chat, some Blanton people. I mean, if Sam shows up, then we know we officially got some Blanton people in the chat as well. But, I mean, of course, we'd rather have him in the 6 o'clock spot with the Spurs playing the Hornets on a Friday night. So it's the first time, again, second game that they played, but first time that we're going to get to watch De'Aaron Fox on the pod, and it's going to be, hopefully it goes as well as it did the last time. We're just going to kind of ignore the fact that we almost gave up like a 20-point lead that game. We're just going to focus on the fact that it was like they closed out a game against a decent team. But we can't even say a decent team anymore. It was a decent team when they played them on Wednesday. Now, of course, post-trade deadline, the trade deadline was yesterday. The Hawks are now are no longer a decent team. I don't know what's going on. It's tough to say. If they did have Jalen Johnson, well, it's not tough to say. We know what they're doing, obviously. But they're still a team with just like, okay, they got a lot of guys hanging around. And if they had Jalen Johnson, he wasn't out for the year. I mean, that's obviously what's kind of driving the decision. But you think if they just do the stuff in general and just get a bunch of future assets, and it's like you got Jalen Johnson and Dyson. As long as you have Jalen Johnson and Dyson Daniels as the core of your team going forward in some fashion, and not that, we necessarily would say that would be like a 1-2 title combination, type scenario. But, I mean, that's definitely a 2-3 combination at some point. And, the Spurs couldn't turn around and trade De'Aaron Fox for both of those guys. Especially now that we know, what his actual trade value is, chat. But shout out the Sacramento Kings. But shout out, again, everybody's hyping up the trade. Even Vegas, you guys see, is the line there? Actually, here, we're covering up the money line. The Spurs are, it's moved a little bit. Even 10 minutes ago, it was 5-1 for Spurs on the money line. It's still 11.5, though, on the spread. So, again, speaking of guys out for the year, Brandon Miller, another talented young swing player, also out for the season. For I was going to say the Charlotte Bobcats, for the Charlotte Hornets. But Brandon Miller, what's worse, being on the Charlotte Bobcats or being on the Charlotte Hornets? The Bobcats days, I mean, the problem with the Bobcats days is there's no good memory. Shout out to the Bobcats. I guess just if we want to just take, we just want to drop a diss track on every player that played in the Charlotte Bobcats era. But at least the Hornets, you had the 90s runs and some cool jerseys. So when you throw the jerseys on, you at least can think of some Alonzo Mourning, Del Curry, Muggsy Bogues, Larry Johnson. There's at least some names from a certain time that you can associate with. And who knows, chat, maybe now LaMelo Ball, Saloon, Nick Smith. But and Castle as well, too, in the dunk contest. I mean, San Antonio is just lighting up the league right now. They are, becoming one of the premier teams, chat. What can you say? What can you say? It is what it is. When you have Wembanyama, you have this star-level face of the franchise type player, and he was going to start attracting talent. I mean, shout out to De'Aaron Fox as well, too, for just swooping in and claiming that spot. And we're, glad to have him. 13 assists as well, too, in the first game was not, something I was necessarily putting on the bingo card right away, but just to have that level of playmaking and you can just, I don't know, you can see him. I think we talked about as well, too, when the trade happened, just the level of teammates that he's had. And he's, shout out to Sabonis. And the team that they had that was in the playoffs that season was obviously a pretty solid team. But, Vassell versus Keegan Murray, I feel like that's in that level. And Keegan Murray's the third best guy, Malik Monk as well, too. And, you've got Wembanyama, Chris Paul, Barnes as well, too, on that team, I guess. from this team. So reunited Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox. I guess that'll be like a nice transition thing for him. I was thinking about that watching the 80 Max Christie press conference. I was like, big win for Max Christie. He probably just is going to be hanging out with AD about as much as ever. Like the one guy that AD actually knows from the last couple of years. It's like these two guys that you didn't think would get paired up, but now all of a sudden, do we need like a buddy cop Anthony Davis Max Christie movie? I mean, we already see Anthony Davis was making jokes at the press conference about the whole situation, and was like, well, he was like, hey, do you guys have any questions for Max? Like, haha, you get it? Let's get Max Christie involved in this, guys. And I think it was with them and Caleb Martin as well too, whichever Martin brother they ended up bringing in. But I mean, you got to make this sudden mid-season transition. If you're Anthony Davis, you're definitely not thinking that you're going to be on the trade market. I mean, especially like the clutch sports part of it as well too, where you just think the LeBron ties. You kind of just think, okay, like this is what LA, this is the team, this is the big money team with the big money. Obviously it's just the clutch sports is a big money agency. I guess we could go through the thing. Do they represent like Terrence Mann and stuff? But even Terrence Mann, you go, okay, he got a pretty good contract for the player that he is. He's like, $15 million a year or so. But, you just think with the relationships that he have, you're going to be pretty stable. LA, there's just a certain level of money that's going to be coming in because what the star power of Davis and LeBron are. And, of course, LeBron mainly. But Davis just is a sidekick guy to that in terms of the star power aspect. You just think you're going to be in kind of a safe situation in LA. And then all of a sudden you're just reading Shams on Twitter going, hey, wait a second. Why am I going to Dallas? And Max Christie is coming along? Pause. Like, did they even share lockers? Like, they could have been like opposite, lockers across the room. Never really talked. They don't really like have the positional group breakdown the way they do in the NFL with guards and centers, but Davis not a center, guards and forwards, but are the positional groups hanging out, chat? But now it's like, okay, I guess we're just hanging out in Dallas together for the next couple of seasons. And maybe especially Max Christie, he looked kind of good last night. I mean, the whole Mavs team, I guess not the whole Mavs team, Kyrie looked kind of shaky, but a lot of the other Mavs players look pretty good against the Boston Celtics. If you're going to get Klay Thompson putting up 30 points, then maybe Anthony Davis is the right move. I don't know. Get Luka out of the way for Klay Thompson, chat. We underestimated that factor. I don't think Nico Harrison was playing 3D chess this whole time. He knew his roster better than anybody. But the Kyrie factor was concerning because I can already see like some of the takes with this team that I'm going to have at some point in the playoffs. If, I guess if I think Davis is going to be really good for that team as well. But, even if you're making takes about how the team is constructed around Davis, it's like, well, at one point this team was constructed around Luka, and then that's always going to be the, people are like, that's just a position you'd rather pause. That's just a situation you'd rather be in. But if Kyrie was still able to be that guy that could just, if he could be a Jamal Murray, and now you have a Jamal Murray Jokic combination, and not that Davis is the playmaker that Jokic is, but you've got a offense, defense, big man with this shot making and this pick and roll game and this two-man thing at the end of games. But, unfortunately, Boston's been a really tough matchup for Kyrie as well, too. Like I think he's now, after last night, I think he's now lost like 16 of the last 17 games versus the Celtics. It's been a couple years since he's had a win, so that's a mental thing as well as it is a tough on-court matchup for him as well. Rough start for the Spurs. Tough. A humbling move for the De'Aaron Fox trade, game 2, and you're probably feeling yourselves a little bit going on the road, East Coast road trip. Fox, he hasn't even really been in San Antonio yet either. Hasn't really got a chance to settle down. You don't think about that, like getting traded and then the team you get traded to is like on a road trip? 4-12. Mitch Johnson has to call a timeout. Yikes, chat. I was saying that 11.5. It's like, yikes. Are the Spurs, should we be 11.5 point favorites versus everybody? Versus anybody? It's just a general rule. Like, you could look at the records and go, oh, man, the Spurs were way better than the Hornets. But we're kind of in this, we're not in the championship level tier where I feel like championship level teams or maybe high level playoff teams should be double-digit favorites. Because that is still like a pretty strong statement to be like, they're definitely going to go out and just crush this team. You know, we feel confident that the Spurs now are going to just go out and crush the Hornets with Wemby and Fox, which if you get into that kind of a ordeal with your team where you go up or you're just going it, you know, into these arenas against these bad teams every night and you're just taking care of business and you're getting these dominant wins, then you all of a sudden, of course, start to look at San Antonio and go, okay, man, something special is really forming here. But also, you know, even with bringing in Fox, it's still, you know, are they going to win a playoff series? Which is like the reason that I was like, okay, you know, is this a guy that we want to just sink all of our stuff into that we've accumulated in some of these deals? But then again, you look at the deal and it's like, well, there's just no way you're not going to make this move, especially for a guy that was at one point all NBA for a guard. And you, you know, you see what he's able to like mold into in this last game, being a good playmaker. And if the spacing's around him and he's got Wembanyama, there is you know, potentially another level that he can get to. But how much does it actually like change the full on ceiling of this team? Like, and I guess that is just up to, like, we'll just have to kind of see what Fox is able to ascend to as a player as well, too, as this continues to, you know, form out here. But yeah, again, back to the Kyrie thing. If Kyrie's not able to be that guy, and if Klay's able to be that guy, like, you know, it's just like the math of it. You're going to need 55, you know, 50 to 60 points, from 50 being, you know, if you're really, this is a defensive team and you're really able to slow this game down, you know, you're going to need 50 to 60 points from your top two players in the playoffs. And especially as we get into the last couple of rounds and it really gets narrowed down to your star players. And Davis is, you know, a 25 point a game scorer. And if he's able to get another, and I know, you know, maybe some playoff stuff, some Jokic matchups, there's some questions, you know. But he's still, again, he's put up good numbers in those Jokic series. Just Jokic has been able to go to these incomplete other levels and just be unstoppable. And Jamal Murray as well, too. I mean, the Jamal Murray shot making in those series versus the Lakers, you just can't underestimate. Like, Davis, there was times that Davis, you're just like, he's actually just, there's literally nothing that Anthony Davis can do. He's playing as good of a defense that a 7-footer can play on a guard. He's staying with him. He's right there. The wingspan, the reach, everything is just like Jamal Murray's shooting ability. That's a pause. You know, Jamal Murray's form, Jamal Murray's accuracy, you just get it right up over the top, sink it in, clutch moment, playoffs. Wemby with the big slam. Let's get some momentum turning here. And I guess the Hornets are not just without Brandon Miller as well, too, chat. They're down a couple of centers, which I guess we could start digging into some of these trade deadline moves. Do we need to, can we pull up the trade deadline tracker here and see if we can get a good list of some of these moves? Hopefully they just have it easy to find. Trade tracker. It should just be right on top of the list, chat. Why are we not? I mean, what else are the fans? Are the fans tuning in to read these articles, chat? I mean, it's not that the article, these are quality articles, obviously. Shout out to the work that's been put in, but you know, I'm trying to skim through like a list and just see real quickly what's going on. Where'd it go, chat? Here we go. Because earlier, not trade deadline move, but earlier, couple weeks ago, week or two ago, maybe, you know, 10 days or so. Let's see if we can get a date on it. The Hornets made a trade where they sent, yeah, the 15th. Okay, so yeah, about a month ago, they sent a Kogi, or Nick Richards in a second-round pick to the Suns, and they got a Kogi and 3 second-round picks back. Which, second-round picks, it's like 3 second-round picks are just the new first-round picks. Second-round picks are now a sneaky undervalued commodity because nobody had first-round picks this year. There's only like 4 teams with first-round picks. You know, the Spurs had first-round picks, the Hornets, the Pelicans, you know, a couple of teams have first. Everybody else only has seconds. So all of these trades just, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, this was the 3-team first that they made that we talked about as well. But it just felt like seconds were on the move. There was 3 seconds in that Fox deal. Like, are they thinking that is a first round pick? Like, are they thinking they got 4 first round picks in that Fox deal because they got 3 firsts in 3 seconds? Like, I don't know, guys. We got 6 picks for De'Aaron Fox. They got, whose own? Is that the Spurs own? 22nd? 2028 second? I mean, is that going to be the 55th pick in the draft? There was a pick that was traded. Yeah, this pick right here. This is maybe the trade that I don't understand the most right here, chat. Number 1 trade of the day. Or of the trade deadline / trade period. Boston Celtics get a top 55 protected second round pick? Is there a player that they have scouted in 2031 that they're like, I don't know, he might fall and still be in like the top 45. We want to give ourselves a good opportunity to be able to, the Rockets be able to try to take him. But there was also like just a second round pick swap. Tice just being sold off for cash, literally, in a pick. Where was the trade of just second round swaps? And I guess, you can move the timeline up on some of this stuff, but it's like, okay. Are we really eyeing that? I think it was a 29 for a 30. A conditional 30 via Denver for a 29 second round pick via Phoenix. And this is Charlotte again. So shout out to Charlotte. They're going to get to pick that second rounder a year earlier, thanks to OKC. But they traded Nick Richards, which I was like, okay, I kind of like Nick Richards. And even though you had Mark Williams at the time, it's like, I think both of those guys can play together. And both those guys haven't played together because shout out Mark Williams. He just, unfortunately hasn't been able to stay on the court that much. But, is that one of the reasons why Nick Richards has been so valuable to this team? But I guess if you're going to get, I guess it's a net 2 second round picks because you're trading one of them as well in 2025. Again, the Suns moving up that second round pick time. They're like, we need a guy right now from the second round, which they kind of do. Unless, of course, some of the reports that we're seeing might not necessarily be true. But, if they might be true, then, maybe they're not like, we need to add a win now second round guy going forward. But that was a nice trade for Phoenix. I know they probably don't have a ton more second round picks to give up, so that was kind of their one big cash in. And you do get at least one back that I guess, you can package that with any second rounders that you got left. But they only had those picks from that deal, so I can't imagine they have anything left. But they needed a guy that was going to be able to give them some defense and energy that was not Nurkic, And they were still, the guard stuff is what it is. But it's like, okay, Beal is there. And Beal's had his moments this year offensively. Obviously, the defense has been, really up and down, mostly down this year, chat. But pause. But that is a guy at a position of need that they can use, and that's a guy that can be on the court for them at the end of a playoff series, which is a good move to make when, if there's nothing you can do, but you can still somehow add that guy. It's like, that shows you what scenario our roster's in right now. But it's still a good maximization of your assets anyways. And it just get bad to worse, chat. 10-26 now. Another timeout for Mitch Johnson. The disastrous first quarter for San Antonio. Out hustled. They look like they're feeling like they're a championship team. But the Mark Williams trade, honestly, it had to be purely health based. Do we get the details on this? There was a world where this trade would have been like the most exciting trade in the deadline. There's a world where we were looking at the deadline going, none of these teams can make moves. The apron, all these teams are locked in. It's going to be these 1-for-1 deals, and nobody wants to take Bradley Beal. So just nothing's going to happen. Maybe Jimmy Butler gets traded to somewhere, but, nothing super crazy. I guess the Fox rumblings, were starting to... There was whispers, a month or two, a while ago. There's been word on the street for a minute now. But it did seem like it was like, okay, are we going to get some low-key moves, some bench guys, some kind of underrated swaps that we're not necessarily expecting? And this is a good deal. Like, these are actually good quality players that are getting traded. This is like a perfect B tier deal. I guess the DeAndre Hunter deal is interesting, but it kind of feels like one-sided. I know there's, again, some of the rebuild stuff that Atlanta's going for. There's some different goals for the trade, but these are just two like kind of equal level good players that are very, very different. I mean, it's similar to the Doncic Davis trade. They just had to rework it and get get a center now that Davis is gone, obviously, which, again, filling a position in need. Great move by Pelinka at the trade deadline. Costing Connect, of course, is a little, Connect could have been Rookie of the Year this year. Maybe it was starting to get away from him a little bit, but he was at one point, I guess, in the conversation playing at that level and could have those offensive bursts. And even with Doncic out there, you go, okay, yeah, the short-term defense of LeBron, Doncic, Reeves, and Connect, like, can you play those four guys together? I get that is maybe going to be a questionable lineup, but regardless, maybe try it, see what you can get for it. And Connect is 23. He's in the rookie year of his deal. If you have to move Dalton Connect, like, I guess that is maybe the biggest thing about this deal is Mark Williams going to be available in the offseason if you really want to make this move? But this seems like a win now move. Like, Pelinka's getting a little like, okay, like Doncic, LeBron, like, I think maybe we might be able to do something. And maybe it's the way LeBron has been playing as well as of late, which is this just the time in the season now, chat, that LeBron needs to play well? Or is it just the fact that the All-Star break is approaching? Maybe it's that. Maybe he knows that he's going to get that extended break. Obviously, the All-Star game, All-Star weekend. But I guess he might have to be a little bit more involved in All-Star weekend this weekend. Are we going to have to take a quick detour? No, we won't detour off a trade deadline, but I'll write it down. We'll go through the All-Star game rosters a little bit later. So stay tuned, chat. Coming up next, second half of the game, maybe we'll be reacting to All-Star rosters a little bit. I thought, we were going to talk trade deadline in the first half and then talk the game in the second half and be able to, or, see what's going on with Wemby and Fox and kind of, if it gets close, maybe have some fun watching the game at the end. But I don't know, Chad. The Hornets are about to be up 20. I guess Johnson's about to cut into the lead a little bit if he makes some of these free throws. But, I mean, again, Mark Williams is a guy that if you look at this team, you go, you need his services right now. You need what he can provide to this team if you're going to try to, if you're thinking that you can make a playoff run this year. But if you want to just go, okay, we have Doncic and we have our team or we made our trade. We're not trying to get too feisty with some of the long-term stuff with some of the younger assets and, just see what we have. Because, Reeves has taken some really big steps this year as well, too. How old is Reeves? Is Reeves as old as Connect? He might be. Because the other sneaky part of this trade that was crazy is Connect is older than Mark Williams. Mark Williams has been in the league for a while. Though, has Connect already played more minutes than Mark Williams, Chad? I don't know. It's getting close already. He's starting to stack them up. Reeves, he can't be older than... he's 26. Okay. He is 26. So, the fact that you have a couple of more years behind... Connect is a little bit younger than Reeves. And some of the offensive shot-making stuff that Connect can do is a little bit higher level than Reeves can, especially at their age at 23. With what Reeves has been able to turn into as a playmaker and just his control of the game, like, that is what is crazy with Reeves. And he had a play the other night. There was like a crazy play with LeBron where he had this behind-the-back pass, and then Reeves gets it off the wing. It's like, take the three and just get the assist and get LeBron the highlight. But Reeves dribbles in and flips up this little lob to Jackson Hayes, which I guess biggest loser of the Mark Williams trade, or biggest winner still, because again, shout out the Mark Williams medical staff. But, he just flips this LeBron highlight into kind of this own little highlight of his own. But, still, obviously it's a LeBron highlight because it's LeBron. But the confidence that he has gained as a player in playing in these playoff series, and I'm sure playing with the star players as well too, like LeBron and Davis, and getting, the benefit of the doubt from those guys has just turned him into a really good creator, a really above average guy that can run your offense and can connect, be that kind of pseudo point guard. I don't know if he could turn into that at some point, but could he be a better shot maker? Like, does Connect have the potential to be a better player than Reeves? But you do know Reeves is really good right now, and Reeves's contract is a little too favorable, and I don't know if there's going to be a way outside of Connect, not fully playing well enough to get him on that kind of a deal. Because you think about Connect being that first round pick as well, and just what that means for your automatic extension, whereas Reeves is walking in as like an undrafted player. And was there even talk at one point they're like, do you sign him with like just the mid-level or I forget exactly what all went into the conversation. He's like a restricted free agent, and there was give him the max or take the deal or whatever. Oh, I forgot we had this Alchemist album in the background playing. Did we mention that at the beginning, chat? I don't think we did. We're just cruising right through this thing again on another listen. Shout out to Alchemist, Larry Junes, and 2 Chainz dropping Life is Beautiful today / last night. And I was going to give it a listen at the gym this morning, but The Alchemist, and you could just see the cover was like this. Is it a boat or a jet ski? It's a boat. Yeah, it's just like a little boat on like, I guess probably like a lake. Is it the ocean? What is going on with this cover, chat? But anyways, some boat out on some body of water somewhere. So there's going to be like a real smooth vibe to this album. I just didn't know if it would quite have gym vibes, and it was leg day today, so you need some some extra motivation with the tracks to push through. So we fired up the shuffle just to see what we were going to get, and the first song that came on today was Not Like Us. So Drake, put that one in your lawsuit as well. That Spotify, they're rigging the system to keep pushing Kendrick, but Not Like Us was the first one. Or maybe it's just the fact that everybody's playing Kendrick so much, but we just ended up playing it on repeat for, I think, the first half hour of our workout. And then, actually, the song that came on before that was, it was something from 2001. I forget what it was, but it was something from 2001. And then it was Not Like Us. And then I just put Not Like Us on repeat for, again, like a good half hour. And then just went back to the 2001 and just went through the rest of that album for the remainder of the workout. But shout out, of course, Grammy vibes as well too, after it cleaning up and having the clean sweep in all of the categories it was nominated in this past weekend at the award show. But what we were saying, Connect and Reddish, yeah. And they got a first round swap. They got they got the unprotected first from Charlotte, or from the Lakers. Charlotte got that? I didn't realize that, chat. But the Lakers gave up their first round pick to get Mark Williams. That's a little aggressive. Again, Connect is decent. And to give up a swap, 2 firsts and an unprotected for Mark Williams. I like Mark Williams. Like, I think this is a good trade if Mark Williams stays healthy. And it makes the Doncic trade, that's going to be another, like, again, like we're saying, well, I guess, to go off with what we were saying with the Kyrie part of it. Like, there's so much future that is needed to be worked out with this Doncic and Davis trade. It's not even just the trade itself. The teams still are going to be making moves. The league still goes on. Pelinka could have made a bad Dalton Connect trade as well. But Pelinka tends to, and when the guy that tends to make the right basketball move is trading for Luka Doncic, it's like, yeah, again, we were never defending the move. I want to make that clear. Even though there's like a part of me that's, I like Davis so much, chat, that pause. Hey, yo. Yikes. Okay, restart. IT, cut that out. Take it from Mark Williams talk at whatever minute. But but I'm such a fan of Anthony Davis's game, chat. IT, edit that in. That I'm rooting for his success. And make no mistake, like, the timeline for Anthony Davis' success, and we need it to happen now. We need Anthony Davis' success to happen within the next couple of seasons. And Doncic has the time. That's why the trade is, we get it, chat. I'm just saying that I would like to see a version of, it'd be rough if it was on the Mavericks at the end of the day. But Anthony Davis being a guy that won a title, maybe we need to do that list, chat. Because I got to be honest, this is kind of the first time in my career as a sports fan. My life, is it a career as a sports fan? Because you do have kind of a start. I get there are, a ton of people, I guess myself included, like, you kind of always are the fan of the team that you are. But there is still like I don't know, there's a moment where you still have to be like, okay, yeah, like I am a Colts fan, like I am a Spurs fan. Yeah, like these are my teams, I'm committing, and these are what I'm going to stick with till the end. So it's a little bit different than like getting drafted to just a team or whatever. It's a little more free agency than that, but maybe it is a version of that, where getting born is like being drafted. You just don't have a choice where you're going to end up. What if you're going to be a Cowboys fan, or if you're going to be, a Milwaukee Bucks fan, or if you're going to be are there Canadian teams, CFL teams, hockey teams, you never know if you're going to be like an Edmonton Oilers fan, if you're just drafted into a family in Edmonton. But don't clip that out. That's going to sound bad, but you get what we're saying for the metaphor. But then after that rookie contract, those first couple of years of life, you're a young kid, and you kind of have a moment where you hit that initial free agency and you're like, okay, I guess I could go anywhere. I have emotional stock with this team, so it would make sense to re-sign and gain more emotional stock. But either way, I forget even why we're on this tangent, chat. But because this is the first time that I feel like I actually am okay with other people winning championships. Is it the Michigan title from a couple years ago? It really might be, because now, the Spurs we got a championship in basketball with the Spurs, and now we got a championship in football with the Wolverines. We technically saw the Colts win the Super Bowl, but it was, we were kind of young when that happened. We're going to get greedy, chat, and say that one kind of barely counts. And Michigan basketball still needs a title, I guess, if we're going to go for the full spectrum of teams that we root for. The Alley Cats, can we get an Alley Cats title for the UFL? I guess if we really start making the list, we could, use a couple more rings for some of these teams. But I could actually find, some other sort of like basketball fandom joy in these other guys winning titles in some way. Like, if it can't be the Spurs, and maybe it's not the Michigan championship, maybe it's Wembanyama. It probably is Wembanyama. I'm probably getting a little too egotistical and a little bit ahead of myself and just going, oh yeah, we're going to be in the mix in a couple years as long as we have Wemby and as long as he sticks around. Like, Castle hits the 3, cut it to 12. Dunk contest, yes, but turning into a complete player, chat, the progression continues. I think, do we need to pull up the Kia rookie ladder? Is he still number 1? When Missy was over Castle, shout out to Missy. He was playing well and his stock was rising at the time. It's like, okay, is he going to be rookie of the year over Castle? I feel like the type of player Missy is as well, too, as that kind of creator-dependent big man where you need the center to feed you the ball. And, you're going to hustle and get your rebounds and get your blocks and contribute in other ways. But you're not going to score as much. And Missy, is 9 points a game or something like that at the time. Again, really solid. But we love Missy. Missy's a great addition to the team. But it would just be difficult for me to see that actually happening. Saloon hitting the 3. Yikes, Chad. This might not be the night. Champagne's in the game, going for offense. Can Champagne get hot? Little Champagne Castle turn this around. The bench. The Spurs can be kind of that team where you bring the bench in and, with the Champagne to Barnes to they've got this collection of wings where in Johnson where it's kind of all the same in a way. It just can be kind of matchup dependent who's playing well. And I guess before, the De'Aaron Fox trade as well, too, your guards were like, the whole team is just interchangeable in a way. And then obviously Wembanyama was the main piece of that. And you still have interchangeable pieces. Castle, he could be inserted into the starting lineup and be inserted into like a final five, final rotation type role. But again, with like a guy like Davis as well, too, where you just like, you got to take, you can't take for granted the years that you have with Anthony Davis left as a star player. You just got to be thankful that he's still producing at this level. And it's not an Anthony, it is, obviously with Davis's injury history, maybe a little bit more so than some other guys, but with any player, once they get into their 30s in any, sport, any sport, Tyreek Hill is the kind of, maybe we should have been the last couple of years when he was putting up 1,700 yards in Miami, been like, okay, like, let's, and I think Tyreek Hill was really starting to get his flowers by then there. And it was like kind of the retrospective looking back and going, yeah, like Tyreek Hill has kind of been the most dangerous guy in the league for a minute. And I know he could definitely go to a place with a different quarterback situation and he could still continue to really produce. I'm not saying that Tyreek Hill's washed up. I'm just saying, is Tyreek Hill still peak Tyreek Hill? Is he still at that absolute best version of himself level? Like, we just don't know. We just need to see. We need to see more evidence before we need to make like an actual conclusion or see, if it's moved into a different phase of life. But just when guys enter their 30s and when they hit a certain phase, it's 30s in sports is never mind. We were gonna go down some wild comparisons, chat, but I think you can make them for yourself. Figure out where we're going there, but we'll just not go there on the trade deadline pod. It's February. It's about the ladies. We're not trying to it's okay. We can let them have it. Now people are like, wait a second. February is Black History Month. It's not about the ladies, but in terms of who was about to take it on the chin for that joke right there, pause. That would have been that was about to be the target audience. So the next time I guess Black History Month is in the sights, we'll mention that one. But okay, chat. Now we've gone off the rails. Now it's too much, and now we need to get back on because of course shout out. We're not taking it seriously, of course. But anyways, Mark Williams and Dalton Connect. And now knowing the picks as well, too, seeing that full deal spread out there. Because, again, you just see the Instagram stuff, and you go, oh, yeah, Mark Williams and Dalton Connect. That's pretty cool. But the first-round pick is kind of crazy. And, again, for 85 career games played in, 56 starts. How many? I guess Connect is not starting. He's been, off the bench, chat. But, 20 minutes a game, 48 games played, 12 games started. So he's already played half as many games as Mark Williams. I mean, that alone right there is like, if you're able to negotiate Nico Harrison down a little bit, and I guess you saved a pick on the Davis trade. Maybe you can, have a little extra to spend on Mark Williams. You're not necessarily having to go bargain shopping on the trade market. You're like, hey guys, we've got an extra pick to spend. We've got Dalton Connect and 2 firsts. We're good to go. But again, you needed Mark Williams. You needed a center. So how desperately you needed a center, I don't know. So I guess to reverse what we were saying earlier with the team building, like, yeah, Mark Williams is a good player. Obviously, really good player. Love Mark Williams. His game. Big fan of his basketball talent. But do you push your chips into the middle of the table kind of that aggressively? And not is it a table, but it is in a way where you're leverage for making these types of moves. But you're also thinking Mark Williams, again, he's younger than Connect, so his timeline with Doncic can kind of work. Like, you really are viewing him as a kind of a pseudo-E, Davis-E type guy. And he was a high-level prospect out of Duke. What was his 24/7 chat? What was his high school ranking? Because, again, now that you think Duke, it's like, okay, he's probably like a top 5 high school player. Looking back, they're only going to recruit guys in the top 10. Coach K, at the end of the run. Number 18 nationally, 5-star guy, and I think he ended up 15th overall pick in the draft, just missing out on the draft lottery. But still in that high-level talent. He's always been, right on the edge of being, that elite prospect type guy. And it's always kind of been the shadow of the injury thing that has been the biggest factor as to why he's not, as to why he's maybe been a little farther down on the list than you would expect. But again, you look at the numbers, Chad. I mean, he's putting up 15 and 10 in 25 minutes. Like per 36, I mean, he's 22 and 14 basically per 36. So if you look at Davis last year, or what is Davis this year? Davis is probably like 24 and 12 in that range, kind of right where we're seeing with Mark Williams. Maybe a couple more points. But Pelinka's probably looking at that. Oh, Davis even goes up on the per 36. Oh, thank goodness. I was really hoping it did. 27 and 12. So, yeah, of course, the scoring of Davis is at a different level than Mark Williams. We're not saying that, chat. Yeah, 25 a game this year. 24 a game for his career, chat. 13 years. Davis is no slouch. 13 years. Not ideal, but either way, no slouch. Cam Reddish as well, too. You get another wing in the mix. But the Dalton Connect, chat, is this the post LaMelo plan right here? Can we have two no defenders? Is this the same thing with the Lakers? Where we go, can we have all this no defense in the backcourt? Can we have Doncic and Reeves and Connect and LeBron and all these guys out there at the same time? Like, can we have LaMelo and Connect out there at the same time? Maybe with Brandon Miller and Saloon, and now you don't really have a center. But again, they're in that tanking mix. Right now at 4, and I think top 14 protected. So they are fine. I don't think they were really ever in risk. VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. Shooting guard, 17 a game. Another score first. Good defender. Another guard. I guess not necessarily score first. Kind of a defensive guard. We need to watch more Baylor. I was actually thinking about this the other day, too. I just need in general to start watching more college basketball. I mean, March Madness is pretty soon. March is right around the corner. February, a little shorter than you think, chat. Oh, pause. Yikes. February, the shortest month of the year. It's just what it is. There's no shame in February, chat. There has to be. I mean, one of the months has to be the shortest. It's just a fact. It's just what it is. So it is February, but there's no judgment here. No, it's a judgment-free zone from the Roman Sand Pod. Make no mistake. But regardless, it does mean March will sneak up on you a little bit faster than maybe you'd expect. So March Madness right around the corner. We're going to have to start getting prepared. We're going to have to at least know some of the players outside of Janai Broom and the Michigan guys from before we start making picks in our bracket. And I guess Spears as well, too, on Alabama. There's a couple of guys that we're just going to end up picking to go to the Final Four just because they're the only team that we know. Okay, Spurs back in single digits. Harrison Barnes laying it in. Here we go, chat. The Ty Simpson point guard minutes look good earlier, but the Spurs are starting to make a little... I think, is his name Ty Simpson? I just assumed that this Simpson guy for the Hornets, his name was Ty, but I think it is. Or that's a running back. Was that somebody on the waiver wire that we were trying to pick up? Ty Simpson? Maybe it was. Sounds like a Raiders running back. But again, with the LaMelo Connect combination, I just wonder if that's, long-term, chat. I mean, who are you going to start prioritizing? And the problem with LaMelo is he's just too popular, chat. I guess you could have said the same thing about Doncic and when he went to the franchise. I mean, Doncic probably meant more to the Mavs and LaMelo went to Charlotte. I mean, let's just be honest here. If we're just, taking truth serum. But it doesn't mean that he's not. Trae Young's still in Atlanta after all this time. That's... Doncic is, so valuable that he actually became too valuable, Chad. Too valuable for his own good. And then he got traded. Because Trae Young is actually gone the complete opposite way. Good player, but for some reason untradeable. And we're not saying, we know the potential reasons, but in basketball reasons, not on court. Good dude, but just some defensive stuff, maybe a little ball stoppery, ball hoggish in some of the. And ball hoggish is not the right word, but some questionable shot selection at times as well through some of the early parts of his career. But you couldn't even find a trade for a guy like like Trae Young. And now all of a sudden, you think you wouldn't even want to find a trade for a guy like Lou, and now he's on the move. But speaking of a guy you couldn't find a trade for, chat, another one to get into, pause. And yeah, speaking of the Raptors, can we find the Brandon Ingram trade? Brandon Ingram actually got traded. If there's any proof that this deadline is gonna be, if there's any proof that the second apron won't actually ruin the trade deadline and that the league can still work, I mean, this just entire deadline was part of it. But the fact that, again, going back to it, like maybe the two most untradeable guys in the league got traded, Brandon Ingram and Doncic. Brandon Ingram for one reason and Doncic for another. But you also think Brandon Ingram's an expiring contract, so you might have to deal him in, or give him some kind of extension, which I guess the Raptors are planning to do. And if they had been able to protect the first round pick, which I don't know, like I trying to do research, I honestly did more research on finding out if this first round pick was protected that the Raptors gave up in this trade than I did to find out if the Doncic trade was real. Because I got to be honest, like, we made we've talked about I'm just going to continue to defend Anthony Davis until he plays. He plays tomorrow, chat, and if all goes according to plan, he plays tomorrow, and I think we're going to be able to find out very soon. That was, again, a good game last night for some Mavs players. Dinwiddie can have big moments. He's had some good playoff games. Like, Dinwiddie can have a good offensive night for sure, but he's, for the most part this year, he's had really a rough year. He's like less than 40% from the field and less than 10 points a game. Him and Van Fleet really struggling right now. The 30% All-Stars, which maybe also needs to be another list that we do at some point. But yeah, who was just on the 30% All-Stars? Van Fleet and wait, who were we just talking about, chat? Why did I just go blank on that? But regardless, going back to Brandon Ingram anyways. With Davis playing tomorrow and that trade. When that trade happened, it was obviously shocking, but again, the type of player that Davis is, it was like, okay, you know exactly what Nico Harris is thinking when he makes that move in terms of getting in the defensive big and seeing some of the offensive ability of some of this wing stuff. It's very much, maybe overestimating some of these guys as well too. And it's just funny to see the team that he's assembled at this stage in his career, at this stage in these guys' careers. Did Nico Harrison run the Knicks at some point? I mean, they have Davis when he's 30 plus. They have Klay Thompson when he's 30 plus. They have Kyrie Irving when he's 30 plus. This should have been the Knicks. In the 2010s, this would have been the Knicks. This is Amari the worst case scenario for Davis, chat? I mean, shout out Amari. We don't want to just say that Amari's a worst case scenario for. Amari's the best case scenario for most anybody that's ever lived and walked on planet Earth. Amari Stoudemire is not even in the realm of possibilities for our lives. So, he's not a worst case scenario, but I'm just saying, like, the outcome of, a guy maybe being overcome with injury later in his career after you think you're going to get this run from him. And I don't remember exactly what the trade for Amari. I guess we forget, chat. Sometimes we have the internet. We're not just a guy on a couch. We're also a guy on a couch with the internet. We can look up what the Amari trade is. Did he get, was it a signing? How did Amari actually end up in New York? Did he sign or was it off season? Excuse me, chat. Waived by the Knicks. Part of a 3-team trade. Traded as a future first. Traded by the Knicks for a second-round pick. No way. Was that really the trade? conditional second round pick did not convey? So they basically just handed him to the Knicks. Because Amari was still like really good that initial run there in New York. Yeah, he made the All-Star team that year, that first year. 78 games, 24 a game, 24-8. Second team All-NBA. He was awesome. He was off a second team All-NBA season. Okay, chat. This is going to have to take some research. We're going in. Pause. Whoa. Yikes. Whoa. Not on politics. The politics Wikipedia pages are scary. Let's see here. Just to remind us what was happening in only 10 years ago, chat, but, you know, we were a little kid back then. Just watching games on TV, not knowing what's going on. Let's see. During the lockout, served as representation for the Knicks. Opted out of his contract, which remained an unrestricted free agent. New York signed him on the first day of allowed to sign. The Knicks had announced. So, yeah, so he did just sign, and they just did like some random sign and trade for a second round pick then, I guess. So signed a 5-year, basically $100 million deal to go to the Knicks in free agency. So, again, not the perfect comparison of, you know, what, I guess, again, in terms of the long-term stuff of what might, you know, be the worst case. But again, even like Amari, you know, didn't have the peaks that Davis did. I mean, maybe he had some of them for much shorter moments. But again, Davis was awesome in a finals and won the finals. Amari's best playoffs. Both of these playoffs, he was awesome. What was he doing in these series? 05 playoffs. When they lost to the Spurs, 37 a game versus San Antonio. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes, chat. And then 2005 versus the Lakers, 24 a game. 26 a game versus San Antonio, 23 a game versus San Antonio after that. But, yeah, I guess anyways, detour, chat. But I was like, did they actually give up a first-round unprotected pick for Brandon Ingram? And I guess they did via Indiana in 2026, as well as a second-round pick. Because the contract parts, again, made sense for me. Where you go, you know, you're swapping a couple of expiring deals. And if you give up a first-round pick or even a swap, I don't know, like a lottery-protected top 10, I don't know, top 8, like a top 10 protected pick for Brandon Ingram seems like it'd be pretty good value at this point. Again, considering he's an expiring contract and you're probably not gonna re-sign him, and he's just not gonna be a part of the team next year. And just the fact that you could get any piece for that could actually be a decent thing. But, you know, a full-on, I was gonna say, dude, can we say a raw first-round pick? Is that crazy? Is that the craziest thing we've said? Just a raw first-round pick in 2026 from the Pacers. And then, yeah, Bruce Bowen isn't expiring, and I don't know what the Olynyk long-term deal is, but I would assume he can't be more than 2 seasons. I'm assuming he'd be expiring next year. Worst-case scenario. Do we have to double-check the Kelly Olynyk name spelling? That's not it, chat. I think it'll redirect. It'll do a good job. It'll get us there. Oh, look at that, chat. First try. So, yeah, of course the Raptors signed him to a 2-year, $13 million deal this year. But this past offseason. But next year, he'll be a $13 million expiring, and I'm sure that'll be a nice piece to be. I'm sure that'll be a nice number that you'll just need to throw into a trade at some point. And for the Raptors getting Brandon Ingram, that again is probably a little aggressive, giving up that first-round pick in 2026. So I guess does Masai think that this team is going to be good in 2026, 2 years from now? And are they going to keep everybody that they have? Like, what can they do to re-sign Brandon Ingram right now, because their team's already kind of expensive. Just with the amount of guys they have on kind of a decent number. They have, like Scotty Barnes, I think is making 40 million something a year, maybe. Like they have a guy in a decently high number, but they don't have a guy that's crushing them. What does that Scotty Barnes extension turn into? Okay, it'll get to 51 in 29-30. But yeah, 38, 41, 44, 47, 51 again later on. And Scotty Barnes is still the number one selling jersey in Canada right now for the NBA. So, I mean, Scotty Barnes is still doing something right. If you're getting the number one selling jersey in Canada for $41 million a year, probably seems like a good bet. So, there's not like a single salary that's crushing him, but you've got Quickly at 30 plus, Barrett at 25 plus, Pirtle at almost 20. Tucker will be off the books. So I guess between Tucker and Boucher this year, that's 18 million right there. Do they have a market value for Brandon Ingram? I know they do for the NFL guys, but I don't know if they have that feature for the NBA. I don't think they do. No, unfortunately, they don't have a market value for Brandon Ingram. But is he going to be making... is he going to get $40 million a year from the Raptors? You're going to be like, Brandon Ingram's going to get 40, but it's just the NBA. Like, Brandon Ingram's just going to get $40 million a year. Or what did Jeremy Grant get last year? Like, $29 million a year? That would be like a fair contract, right? I don't know. Brandon Ingram, you're thinking... I just can't spell anybody's name, Chad. Like you're thinking, there's some all-star potential there, maybe even some sneaky all-NBA potential. So I guess that's where you're talking yourself into the first-round pick at some point. He's an average salary of 32 a year for Jeremy Grant. So is Brandon Ingram 40 on the open market next year? 38 this past year. So again, between Tucker and Boucher, you'd be about half of that at 18 if he was at like 39 next year. And if you got rid of Pirtle in a trade, maybe, if you're just trying to save money for where you're at in the cap right now, because again, I think they're a first apron team. Like they could start pushing into the second apron at some point. How close are they? They have 11 million as of right now with this trade. I'm guessing that this is all... I'm assuming Spotrac up to date. All the numbers are good to go. And in this season... And I guess they still have $1 million in the first apron. So shout out to the Raptors. Really doing a great job of managing the budget of this team. So that's a good part of the deal. If you're able to bring him in on that same number, again, you could talk about what you want for what you would want to pay Brandon Ingram, but just in terms of, the tax bill on this team, at least the owner's not going to be getting raked over the coals, with some extra costs, because make no mistake, I don't think the 35 wins that this team's going to produce is going to be worth it. But in terms of that 2026 pick, if you're 35 wins, you're if you're, like Atlanta this year is that 10-11 pick with San Antonio. If you're in that range right now, Chicago with the 8th pick, like, would you trade the 8th pick next year? 2026 is still, like, these upcoming drafts are, every draft is stacked, especially 2 or 3 years out. Once you get the high school talent, the possibilities are endless, chat. Yikes. But, from a basketball standpoint, but where's the Brandon Ingram trade go, chat? Let's see. Brandon Ingram for the picks. Oh, now we're in December. We overshot it. Here we go. And in the second, this upcoming season. So anyways, if you're able to at least not get as too much expensive is that even a phrase? As too much expensive? If you're not able to, if you're not getting too much more expensive comparatively from where you're at. And I guess, again, with the way the salaries work, like, you're not going to be aggregating, you're not going to bring in so much salary in a trade unless you have just a ton of cap space in general. But I'm not totally against this move. That's my defense of the Brandon Ingram trade. I'm not. I guess I seem to be more on par with some of the moves that people don't like than. But again, like with the Raptors, with this version of the team, you might as well take a shot at Brandon Ingram. If you're going to be committed to paying Quickly and Barrett and stuff, what kind of talent are you going to be able to bring in the $30 to $40 million a year range, especially for, again, the contracts that you just gave up? Like, that pick is a good pick. An unprotected pick is worth, a good player for sure. But the additive contract value, I guess Bruce Brown is pretty good. He'll maybe get bought out and then be on, a title team, and I'm sure have a playoff moment. So maybe you could have gotten but you're not going to get like a guy. Again, you're just going to get like a rotational piece. And if you were actually a title team and building a team and being like, okay, bringing in Brandon Ingram as a third guy, then that trade could make some sense for sure. But, and Brandon Ingram's a third guy on a title team. Maybe, you'd have to really talk yourself into that. But, I guess the basketball fit of him and Quickly and Barrett, just Brandon Ingram in general with some of the ball stoppery mid-range stuff, it's a little questionable. But he's a good shot maker. You got him with a bunch of other guys that can get your own bucket. And that has always kind of been the Masai thing as well. And Bruce Brown is a good creator, but he's obviously not the shot creator that Brandon Ingram is. And he's not the, neither is Kelly Olynyk by any means the shot creator that Brandon Ingram is either. So now you've got, if you're going to throw out there Ingram, Quickly, Barrett, and Scotty Barnes, and then, Grady Dick, pause. Jacoby Walter, you got Abaji off the bench as well. But if you do a little Ingram, Quickly, Barrett, Barnes, Dick, that's I guess that's small ball. You're going, Scotty Barnes the 5 at that point? And then, yeah, I guess you could. And he could play. Brandon Ingram could be like a small ball 4 if you're running Barnes at the small ball 5. Unfortunately, Davis didn't get traded to the Eastern Conference. But maybe against certain teams, you're able to kind of hang and space the floor and be interesting there. And again, Brandon Ingram is a guy that can at least get in and get his own offense. So it's fine, chat. It's okay. The Raptors, they're already, a tanking team. Brandon Ingram, he's going to help with that. But if they have some good players, and even if they jump up into the lottery as well, like, this is a sneaky, could the league want this up into the top 3? Because, of course, the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, you have to do it every year. Or at least, we did it last year with Wembanyama on who would, karmically, the league would want Wemby to go. Or not last year, but 2 years ago, with Wembanyama. Where what would be the ideal landing spot just from a league storyline standpoint for Wemby? And it is funny now. I guess if you do start piecing all the pieces together, it's like, yeah, the league is probably rigged. You know what? They're probably writing a script. It's probably been rigged this whole time. I know there have been versions of it where you're like, oh, really? Dallas is going to win it this year? The Mavs, Dirk, he's taking down the big 3. LeBron is, I guess how much of it is scripted? Is it the game, or is it, I guess that's probably what it is, chat, right? Because we've always kind of thought if they're scripting the league, they're scripting all of it. And they're scripting the individual game outcomes. And I'm sure they're trying to drive, like, if they're scripting the league, they're definitely driving it towards certain results. They're not just scripting it toward nothing. There's there has to be a storyline to something. So somebody will be the winner. They'll push a narrative. They'll push a team. They'll push a certain star. And maybe they'll kind of see that maybe the storylines are always changing as well too, with depending on who becomes more popular. They're going, oh, look at this guy. His game's getting better. His fandom and his notoriety within the league is really rising. The kids are kind of gravitating toward this guy. Like, maybe we need to start putting him into a couple extra storylines. But Definitely in chat. I don't know who they got doing this halftime show right now for the Hornets. Am I allowed to can I move the camera over and show this halftime show? We'll definitely get pulled down for doing that because that would technically be pirating the game, even though it's a different version than just me pulling up the live stream and running it in the background. But she's doing this I don't even know what style of dance this is, but let's just say, chat, she's extremely flexible and it's very distracting. So I may just have to look at the Tankathon page in order to focus on these trades, chat. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. I mean, I'm on camera. I don't know what you guys can literally see me peeking up over the screen. Why hide it if I'm gonna, if it's just gonna be what it is. It's the halftime show. The Hornets obviously want us to watch this entertainment, and the league pass is not cutting it off. So I'm there, chat. I mean, she's kind of nipping out on this outfit, chat. This is a crazy halftime show. This is a wild halftime show. Mom, I'm not looking at this. I swear I'm looking at the Tankathon page. Don't worry. I'm not watching the halftime show with the just the crazy, sexy Charlotte Hornets dancer. But if the Raptors do get into the top 3 somehow, if we can just somehow focus on this trade deadline. Where'd the notebook go, chat? Jesus. Good Lord, chat. If that could, maybe they want to reward Masai with some, kind of revive his story back into the league. It's been a minute. He had the Kawhi thing. He had his time in the sun. Some of these other guys have, Tim Connolly's gotten some shine. Brad Stevens has emerged in the GM prominence. We're now, of course, Rob Pelinka with the Doncic trade. She's now doing a blindfold balancing act. She's going to blindfold, balance backwards like a limbo while carrying trays of water with her back almost all the way against the ground, and then just raises up as well, but blindfolded the entire time. I think maybe blindfolded a little bit like D Brown in the dunk contest, where maybe she could definitely see through it, but definitely. Oh, Limbo Queen. Okay, chat, the halftime act for the Hornets Spurs game is Limbo Queen. Is the Limbo Queen out there as an act? Can we book the Limbo Queen on the Rem and Sam pod? Oh, Limbo Queen! And I guess this is a sport. This is not... Was I calling it entertainment, chat? This is competitive. Is there Guinness World Records here? And stuff going on? Shamika Campbell? Shout out Shamika Campbell. Crushing it with a crazy, insane halftime performance of skill and showmanship. Oh, is this a University of Wisconsin halftime? 2017? Whoa! Look at this. Been in the game for a minute, chat. Why are we muting it? I forgot we're on screen share. It's like I don't want to not hear the game on in the background. America's Got Talent? Okay. So she's a star. So we're just catching up to the star power here, is really what it is. I can't believe we weren't watching this Wisconsin Big Ten just random halftime game. Shout out. So she was, yeah, I mean, it just dawned on me what she was doing here, chat. The trays, pause. The trays of water on the edges of the sticks? I mean, come on. Shout out the Limbo Queen, chat. What are we doing? Look at this. This is crazy. And in 2025, Charlotte Hornets versus the San Antonio Spurs just on a Friday night. She's still crushing it at halftime. And she's moved up into the big leagues as well, too. You know, back in the day here, she's doing Wisconsin. Pause. Yikes. She's performing at the Wisconsin halftime. Let's rephrase. she's performing for a D1 school in a prominent setting. And now she's, NBA. We're moving up. The 2026 Super Bowl halftime? Limbo Queen? Kendrick, is he paving the way for Limbo Queen? Does he bring out Limbo Queen as a feature? Oh, Limbo Queen. You thought Mama was going to go under the pole, but no, Limbo Queen's going under Mama. Chat, shout out. Hall of Fame stuff from Limbo Queen. You love to see it. Unfortunately, they've since moved on from that portion of the halftime show. So I guess we'll just reluctantly watch these Steph Castle highlights. I'm not going to lie. Steph Castle highlights, just about as good. Can't really top it, chat. Pause. But was there anything left to say about Brandon Ingram? Just that I'm supportive. If you're a supportive fan, that's the Rem and Sam pod is the show for you. At least, I'll try to be supportive. And oh wait, is Sam in the chat? I totally forgot to invite Sam into the chat, people. This is embarrassing. De'Aaron Fox was so excited to watch De'Aaron Fox and Wemby team up, chat, that we just got distracted. Limbo Queen is keeping us from inviting Sam into the meeting. But, I mean, shout out, chat. It's worth it. Learn about the Limbo Queen. Anytime you discover a new talent, it's always a great day. Okay, wow. Welcome in, chat. Here's the rest of the room. Shout out. Okay, chat. Let's see. Let's get our guy in. We need to make sure he's doing okay. We're less than what, like 48 hours? What's the official? Can we pull up a doomsday clock for the Chiefs dynasty? How much time do we have left? Is it 48 hours at this point? Is the game going to be over 48 hours from now? Are we going to? Oh, actually, you know what? I probably should go to break because if we start, we don't want to leak out any personal information. We start bringing up emails. We start getting out some sketchy stuff. So let's take a quick break and just make sure we get Sam. Whoa, where are we going, chat? Let's make sure we get Sam into the meeting without any sort of personal information leaks. So we'll be right back, chat. Give us a second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Sam, oh, is he on? Did I just surprise him with the appearance? I think I did. Are you washing that jersey? What's going on? You're just gonna wear that every day now? Is that the plan? The minute we start watching Limbo Queen, Sam pops on. Is there a coincidence?
Yeah, I'm never watching this jersey. Should I just wear it every day, every meal?
I think it's the good luck charm. I think you have to. Were you wearing that one last year's or just this whole run,
Yeah.
right?
No, yeah. Well, no, I just got it last year,
Or
so
you got that one last year. That's yeah. But you were wearing it. Yeah, you
yeah,
were
no,
wearing it at one point
no,
last
there
year.
you
I
go.
guess I just remember you wearing it. And you guys
Yeah,
would just
yeah,
keep winning the Super Bowls. It's hard to keep in line, like which Super Bowl did you get the jersey after, it's just
yeah.
it's
Exactly.
hard to keep track
They're
of.
just all running into each other.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough.
Have you
No, but
changed your
how
mind
are
at all? Are
you
you feeling
doing,
better?
man? No, I won't lie. I am feeling better. I am feeling better about it.
I feel like a lot of the
I
people are picking you
have,
guys.
yeah, I have calmed down the fears. Um, but I don't know. It's definitely, Saquon not being able to get there. I guess what was it? Because the expensing sheets or something. There's something
Wait, say
going
that
on. I don't
again.
know if it was like an ad. I don't know if it was an ad or something.
This sounds like a
But I saw
TurboTax
something.
fiasco.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, there's
The
something
H&R
where they're like, oh,
Block
he couldn't get that there.
running a campaign.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. But you know, he's that shows he's not locked in. He's playing games and stuff,
Oh,
and
that's true. I haven't seen Mahomes in any ads before the
you
Super Bowl.
know, he's locked in. Those are all pre-recorded.
It's true. Have there been as many like Mahomes and Kelsey ads this year, just in general?
Yeah, State Farm's still pumping them out. I think it's more Mahomes and Reed. A lot more Coach Reed. Like, what was it? Like,
True, a lot of Andy Reid this year.
or something wild. Yeah, he was saying something crazy.
Andy Reid's had a couple that are
But
like, oh, he's actually going for it too. Like he's giving the performance a little something.
yeah, yeah, no, he's really laughing. So I didn't know. Did you fly on press day? Because there were some crazy questions asked. I was like, oh, is that Rem out there asking these questions to Kelsey and stuff? Like, what do you like more, Taylor Swift or Phantom?
I saw
Or
that was
was
a
it
good
passer
question. I saw
calls?
that one. That was a good
Oh my
question.
god, gosh. Or there was one to Mahomes, like something or the refs.
Oh, that was
You
a good
know?
one too. They were like,
Yeah,
you've had a lot of important people help you in your life. Who's your favorite ref?
exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
People gotta stop. But either way, but that's the right stuff though. That's what I want to be doing them. That's what I want them to get mad and make it different and hate it on. So that game day comes in, they're coming in with some underdog thing. And that's the thing. I've been doing a little bit of reading today, and just seeing Mahomes have similar mentality like Jordan, where they look for any slight, same like Tom Brady, you look anything to get you mad, get you locked in, and be like, what did you say? Like, I'll tell you, one of the best clips to really see the mentality of like the ultra competitive, like not just normal competitive, but ultra competitive, is like Tom Brady in that one speech on stage talking about how mad he got. And you can see his face, like you can see how easy it is for him to like he's just imagining that, and he's already getting mad on stage, and just seeing like how easy it is for them to flip that switch. Of course you need talent and hard work, and there's a lot to get to that point. But the difference between the ultra and like the really competitive, and that's why like people may say like, oh, Jokic seems like he's just playing his job, doing his job, and blah blah blah. But I'm just saying, like, remember that hit in Miami, like where he like
Hmm.
almost broke someone's back. Like Jokic is not a teddy
That guy
bear,
hasn't
all
been
right? Like
which Morris twin was it? He hasn't been the same since.
exactly. And people saying like, can he deal with pressure? He's like, bro, I played in Serbia, like
Yeah.
he's a guy, he saw his brothers. His brother's ready to fight anyone. So, he's not just some rollover, but you see Giannis and his craziness. You see Doncic, with him taunting Booker, that crazy mentality. You look at all the goats and they don't take slights well, and so Mahomes is the same
Mm.
way. So that's what I'm saying. Keep making fun of him. I think I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Booker or someone who was like, "Oh, I send Mahomes tweets that are making fun of him, and then Like he'll come into the facility the next day and be like, "Yeah, I saw that too," and he's like mad at it too. So he's looking at all the hate, he's taking it all in, and it's just making him better, making him win more, which is why it's our first franchise season to go undefeated at home in the regular season and the playoffs. So, unfortunately, the NFL didn't give us the full red carpet like they gave Brady, letting us have a Super Bowl at home. But I still think we can we can still figure this one out.
Yeah, you think you need home field advantage for this one? Is that what you're saying? You need some elements, the
Yeah, because
outdoor weather?
I could use it. We could use it.
I don't know. Mahomes in a dome might be okay. But I was seeing a stat about like teams that travel east to west versus teams that travel west to east. And like all the teams that have traveled east to west have won the last like handful, like 6 or 7 Super Bowls. And the Eagles this team are the year that are traveling east to west. So they're the team that would line up favorably for that. There's a lot of like karmic sort of outside things that I can't judge because the on the field stuff at this point,
Like Kirk Cousins.
We're 48 hours out and I can't decide, but I'm like trying to use all these outside factors to make my picks. Like I've seen this clip of the stadium running graphics, and the graphic they were running to test the stadium was like the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, but then the Chiefs are wearing the white jerseys. So like the team that wears the white jerseys always wins the Super Bowl. And then it's like you're saying, the Mahomes motivational factor. Like at this point, I don't even know like who to pick in the game. Do you even know who's favored at this point? I haven't even looked at the odds. I don't want to try like talk myself into a side.
Yeah, I think it's Chiefs by 3, but I might have to look again.
Oh, really? Wow.
But yeah, I mean, obviously they're saying they're testing the graphics with the Eagles, but if they waited like 2 seconds more, I'm sure they would put the Chiefs up. Like,
no, there was.
As someone who works in media, like obviously you're testing out the graphics before game day.
I'm just saying, what does the script say? Do they have the graphics prepared?
I'm dead. Man, that'd be nice though. Finally the other team getting jokes about the script being for them instead of just the Chiefs.
Do they have the lineup for this game? -1.5. So it's basically even. Both teams are -110 on the money line. So Vegas doesn't even know who to pick in this game. I mean, is that honestly a sign to just pick Mahomes? Like, is there any world where how does Mahomes lose a close game at this point? Like, what does that even look like? How did you guys even lose the Bengals game? I don't even remember. Honestly, the only thing I remember from that Bengals game as the turning point was that play at the second half where you guys didn't convert. What was it, the 4th and goal or the touchdown or whatever? Or you should have just kicked the field goal and instead tried to go for the touchdown and didn't convert it. Like, that's what I remember as the turning point in that game. I don't even remember how Mahomes didn't win that one. Like, if this game is a close game, how are you nervous about the Chiefs losing it?
Well, that's the thing is, I do think the Eagles have the talent to dominate us. And so there is a high chance they could not be a one-score game. Just because.
But what does that look like?
The way they're able to reload their defense.
Like, give me the first couple of drives.
Well, like running the ball with Saquon. I think A.J. Brown is going to be a problem. He's able to 1v1. I mean, I think he's an impossible guy to cover. Devontae Smith against our like 3rd cornerback, backup guy in the slot. He could, but I think it is my main thing that scares me. And last time we beat them, it was close, and it was because their defense made the same mistake twice in terms of the coverage they were doing, and we particularly attacked that. And it was still a 2-point win,
and Hurts
even though they turned the ball over. Yeah, exactly. Hurts had the fumble. We had that. We had those 2 touchdowns, and then we had those 2 touchdowns where we attacked something they had, and they didn't have Saquon. So we had to have a lot break our way to beat them. And so this year they have Saquon. They're more locked in. Their team is better. And so it's going to be a lot more of an uphill battle. That's my concern is they could actually probably dominate us because, I mean, player for player, they are a more talented team.
But I just it's going to be 14-0, and Mahomes is going to have like that 3-and-out where you just go, oh, it's not their night. Like, I just, for some reason.
It happened against the Bucks, and they were a lot more talented team. It wasn't the first time.
It did, but the point you made at the beginning of the playoffs, the Chiefs weren't as good either. Like, this Chiefs team is better. Like, the offensive line anyway, like, the pieces around Mahomes that he needs are better than that Bucks team's in those deficiencies. Mahomes had 2 picks in that Bengals game as well. 4 sacks.
Yeah.
But 3
The
touchdowns.
stats haven't been the best this year.
And the Bengals only had 3. Was this old overtime rules? What? No, 2022.
So.
No, that's right. This would have been the yeah. This would have been because this would have been the game after.
Yeah.
This would have been the game after that Bills game. So wait, did you guys lose on the same overtime rules that you won on the last game? No,
I mean,
you went 3
we
out.
lost
Oh
by
no, that's
3.
right. You got picked off. Mahomes got picked off.
Exactly. We lost by 3. So yeah, exactly. So if you had a touchdown, you would have won. Yeah. No, that second half was atrocious by us. I mean, only 3 points and a half, like 3 points and a half and overtime. You kind of deserve to lose. And I'm trying to remember. That was Chiefs 2022. I want to say that was near the time we lost Tyreek, and we're like, oh, we can figure it out. And our team was just, we did not have nearly a good enough.
Well, you had Tyreek in that game. You would have lost him, I think, the next year, the offseason. Because you had Tyreek on that fourth.
Oh, we lost him that next. Okay.
In that first half. Because he's the one that got stopped short of the goal line. So I guess Mahomes can throw the pick. It's the one time that it, has happened. But I don't know. Will this be the year? Because I feel like that's what it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be Mahomes making a mistake at the end of the games. Like we haven't seen, like even, the Brady Super Bowl that they lost to the Eagles a couple years ago, where is it a Brady mistake, but he has the strip sack fumble at the end of the game, where big turnover, game-ending play. Like it's still kind of the quarterback making costly plays at the end of the game that is going to be the deciding factor. You've got the Super Bowl that he loses in 2007 to the Giants, where they just don't, they get the ball and they just don't have enough time, and they're kind of making the drive, and Brady almost gets the Hail Mary, but doesn't quite happen. Like that's not quite Brady making the mistake, but that whole game, was a rough game for him, and that Giants defense was playing really awesome. So, and that's the part that I'm having a hard time figuring out is I feel like it's going to be is this just going to be the year where Mahomes makes a mistake at the end of the games that is super costly? Because I still can't visualizing it happen, but at some point he is human, right? But is 3 the limit? Like Jordan, like you're saying, Jordan did win 3. So just because we haven't seen it in the NFL, it's not like it's impossible in sports. Like we did see the 3-1 comeback in the NBA event at some point. The Cavs eventually did win it over the Warriors that one year. And we were like, well, what would it take for a team to actually do that? And it's LeBron, this all-time thing. Like, yeah, you need a couple of things to go your way. The Draymond thing obviously happens, the suspension, and they're able to kind of steal a game that way and able to get back in the series. But regardless, an all-time player is able to pull off this all-time feat. Like, maybe we've never really seen anybody in any of the sports like win 4 in a row. Like maybe 3 in a row is still within the realm of like human limits. But I just don't know if Mahomes has already maximized his human limits at this point. Is 3 in a row like inhuman in the NFL? That's the question.
Well, everyone thought it was until the season happened.
But we have had teams go to 3 in a row. Like making it to 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Like we've had teams make it to 3 in a row, and we have had teams make it to and win back to back. And like the Dolphins,
well, not 3 in a row in the 3 in a row in the NFL though.
Teams have been to like the Bills went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. Obviously, they lost all 4, but a team has made 3 Super Bowls in a row. Like the Dolphins in the 70s, they went to 3 Super Bowls in a row, but they lost the first one, and then they won back to back the next 2. I think, if I'm getting that correct.
Yeah.
So I guess that maybe this is that for the Chiefs, like win the first 2 and then lose the third. Like that's the thing. It's like there is historical precedence for them making the
and
third
losing
Super Bowl. But same with the Cavs. Like there is historical precedence for the Cavs making it to a game 7 in that situation. It's like, well, as long as you make it to the game 7 and you have LeBron and he's able to make a couple of great plays and Kyrie's able to step up, like you're going to be fine. And if you have Mahomes, that's the place you like. I guess this is a good question. Like, you wouldn't trade the Eagles roster for Mahomes, would you, in this game?
No, no, I wouldn't. But the thing is that what makes the Chiefs different this year than all those other teams is that we were going into the season planning to be in this position to win. And I think a lot of those three-peat teams in the NFL, we're not either we're not planning to be in that position in the first, like that first Super Bowl they lost with the Dolphins, that probably, they were hoping to get there, but not planning in the same way that you would when you already have won. And then you look at the Patriots with their back to back, massive changes in their team on that third year. And most of those teams, it's not a similar way where you have two really good seasons or two championships, and then you go into that third season with pretty much the same roster, same coaching staff, same everything, all there to do it again. And that we were able to do it is insane. Keeping our defensive, especially keeping our defensive coordinator. I think we lost the enemy somewhere in there, but keeping
Yeah.
Spags, still having Andy Reid, still having Mahomes, still having Kelsey, and patching up the rest because of our great front office. A lot of same people on the defensive side, keeping Chris Jones. I know there was a little bit of like a holdout at the beginning of last year. We were like, oh, what's going on? Is Jones going to stick around? Is Kelsey like what's going on? Last year was the year we were supposed to lose. We should have lost last year, and instead they made it happen. And so they come into this year, the goal not being to win so many games, but I think it's just a product of just being in that mindset, being in that playoff mindset from week one that we're on a mission. And so I think it just led to just the will to win. I mean, you see that blocked field goal, you see like us staying around in games. And of course, the Bills get us in their place, but I think it's just that belief, and it's something that I think you don't really people. It's tough to account for, and it's what's going to make the difference. I do if the Chiefs for the Chiefs to win, I think the difference is going to be that belief in that we are going to win, and we know we are going to win, and just knowing what it takes to get there. But I mean, the Eagles, I mean, in a normal, like if I had a Madden simulation, if I had to bet on it, life on the line, I probably would go with the Eagles just because of the amount of talent they have on this team and how good Saquon really looks.
That's actually a really interesting thing you bring up, and going off to something that I was kind of saying earlier as well too. If you did run this game in a Madden simulation, I do think that the Eagles do have the advantage, like you're saying, from the talent standpoint and just from like the mathematical standpoint, if we were kind of just running the scenarios. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, like I was saying, Mahomes is pushing the bounds of what is like humanly possible in the NFL with winning this third Super
Yeah.
Bowl. But in a human setting, Mahomes is still the guy that you want. Like you don't necessarily as much as I still want to like pick the Eagles because of the math stuff and because of what the numbers are saying, like that human factor and just the fact that Mahomes is the guy that I trust the most, I still want to just pick that guy. But you said last year is the year that you should have lost. Like, you think that this Niners team was better than this Eagles team, or just a better matchup for you? Like, how much better? Yeah, just like compare the Niners from the Eagles last year, like from the matchup standpoint. Is it just that or the talent?
Um, I mean, I think it is pretty close in talent. I mean, I do think that the Eagles team, that D line it's just dangerous. I mean, Jalen Carter is on his own is the best player on the defensive side for either of those teams. But
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I would say that
Fred Warner though.
I do. Yeah, Fred Warner. I do think that it was more the dysfunction early on in the season. Superstars. And just the like complaining throughout the year, and just seemed like stuff was getting to Mahomes, and like he was actually getting phased out there. It definitely felt like, what is it like the disease of me, and this is going into like Bill Simmons basketball, book of basketball, the secret to winning.
is that, working together as a team is, not having yourself number one and like Brady, taking pay cuts in your contract so they can sign more people and stuff like that. And so to see like Mahomes, it seemed like last year it was definitely a disease of me. Like people were focused on themselves. And then they all came together and still won. And so this season it has felt like a laser sword. We're just straight locked in. We know what we need to do. This definitely feels like most like our Jokic kind of season. Like we're just pure efficiency. We're not here to be frivolous or whatever. Quite frankly, win and put at like the least amount of points. We need to win. And so part of me wonders if the Super Bowl is going to be like, all right, we're here. Like, let's ball it. Like, let's add everything out. Like, use up the whole playbook, just recognizing the moment that it is. And so that's where that combined with the belief, which is why, we actually have sports, because thank God it's not like a computer simulation where you can just predict everything. So
Well, at
that
least not.
combined
What do you
with,
think?
man, we'll see. But it has felt like every game up to this point has been pure efficiency. And it'll be interesting to see if in this game they'll really open up the playbook and just let everything fly because you only got really one shot at this.
How much better is Hurts than Purdy?
Um, I'd say decently better.
A lot
Yeah,
better?
I'd say significantly. Um, yeah, I think so. I mean, what do you think? You don't think he is?
No, I
I
think
mean,
I think you're right. Like Hurts, I think is
yeah,
a lot better than Purdy. I think peak Jalen Carter is the best. The peak Jalen Carter is the best version of any peak defender between those two guys. I still think maybe
yeah,
Fred Warner and Nick Bosa last year could have
play to
been playing
play.
at a
Yeah,
similar level.
Fred Warner play to play. Yeah, that Cowboys game was stupid.
Yeah, and Dre Greenlaw as well too is having a massive playoff game, and he did get like he also got hurt
Yeah,
in
and then
that
he
game.
took himself out.
Yeah, like I guess that
Yeah, he took himself out like 5 seconds in.
that can't go underrated.
That'd be crazy if he never gets back there again.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the Anthony Richardson either. Like he was actually hurt, but and Saquon as well too. Like probably you'd probably take him over McCaffrey, and that's a probably the closest. Well, Fred Warner and Jalen Carter is pretty close too, and McCaffrey can have the two. Like he had literally had the 2,000-yard season last year in the 20 touchdowns and was doing sort of the same offensive responsibilities that Saquon was doing. But again, even if that matchup is close, and even if the Carter and Warner matchups are close, it's just that those matchups are close. And the other matchup, the third matchup, the most important one that we mentioned there, the Purdy and Hurts one, is probably significantly leans Hurts. But I don't know. Maybe I just can't bring myself to make a pick either way. I feel like even making a pick is just too much, just putting too much out there. Pause. Like I'm definitely not going to be gambling on any, like even if you start gambling on player outcomes, it's like, okay, well they need Travis Kelce, they need Saquon, they need AJ Brown, they need these guys to like have certain performances. So if like I'm swaying, because like make no mistake, if I put money right now on like AJ Brown's been my guy all these years, he's back in the Super Bowl, he's going to be out for revenge and he's going to cook. And if I put it's like, let's do plus 70 and a touchdown and some overs and, let's get a little AJ Brown parlays in the mix here. Like, make no mistake, I know immediately AJ Brown is just going to just get locked down and double teamed. It's like, oh, Spags is like his strategy was just to come out and just totally shut down AJ Brown. You think it'd be Saquon, but turns out it was AJ Brown. It's like, oh, we knew this and they lost and I totally jinxed it with my gambling. So I don't even know, like, is making a pick or saying it too much at this point. But again, like you were saying, comparing it to those teams last year, this is definitely a scarier team. But I do also think, like we've mentioned as well too, like your team is steps up as well better. Is the defense better than it was last year, or is it just the offense that's taken a step up at this point?
I think the defense is a little bit better.
The defense is better
There's
too.
definitely there's definitely a swagger that they have, a little bit more experience. I think you can definitely see the young players really growing into their own. I don't think we really have much rookies, but you can see like the second and third year players really starting to, as you are part of this system and have this like really standard of excellence, you can see them really take ownership of their roles and stuff.
So it's mostly the same players playing better. But I will say the offense has taken a big step up, and it may not really be reflected in terms of the scoring. But again, that's where I go to. I do feel like they are efficient. They're very efficient, and I think they're very worried about wear and tear. I think they recognize, oh, three more touchdowns here means like potentially maybe one less touchdown down the road. Like, let's take, now I'm not saying that, they're not scoring or something, but, it's definitely a lot more possession of time, wearing down your opponent mentally as well as physically. And there's just so many options that they can go to. That's near impossible to stop them. I do feel like Pacheco is tough as a long-term option. I do think we need a long-term option at running back. I am concerned about, Pacheco's just not, I feel like durable. Kareem Hunt's a little like I do feel like Kareem Hunt is getting closer and closer past his prime.
Yeah, probably.
But for this Super Bowl, they both are serviceable, and and you can always have um, what's his face, Xavier Worthy around the edge. So I think definitely I like, especially once Rasheed Rice comes back, we definitely have wide receivers for the future for the next 4 or 5 years to pick up that load once Kelsey starts letting it off. But I do feel like the running back is our run game. Like, I mean, the Eagles' strength is our weakness. Their run game is problem. If they beat us, that'll be the reason they beat us. One of the reasons. And if we lose, it could be because of our run game,
But
probably.
I kind of think Spags will have a good scheme because it's even if Spags is not like fully taking out the run game, if he's taking out the pass game and pressuring Hurts, and now all of a sudden you're in these second and third and longs, like if Spags can keep them in passing situations, then maybe they're not able to run the ball as much. Like that's kind of the part that I've been thinking about defensively, that I'm like, maybe that's where they can win. Not necessarily stop the run, but can they just kind of keep
Yeah.
them from running? And again, with just like who in the league can get a defense to execute a game plan? Like Spags is actually the one guy that seems like time and time again his defense
Yeah.
can actually go out and perform the thing that he's drawn up on the board. So if he actually has a scheme to keep him in like these longer passing downs, then I actually think they might be able to do it. But do you like the state that your offense is in this year with the way that with the way that you have some more options, but maybe Kelsey is a little bit more volatile, whereas the last couple of years, like it's like, okay, we don't have anything, but yeah, I mean, we have Mahomes and Kelsey, and it's like those are Hall of Fame dudes, and you know what you're going to get from those dudes. Like maybe Rasheed Rice and Xavier Worthy and or I guess you don't have Rice for this game, but Worthy and Schuster and Brown and all these guys, like maybe they're a good collection of guys, but individually there's not a dude there that you can like rely on in the way that you can with Kelsey. And if Kelsey's not being able to be Kelsey in the same way, like does the state of the balance in your offense, do you like that better than just having a star powered way?
I do like the balance. I do think Xavier Worthy has shown he can take the load. Pause. He can definitely. I mean, he definitely have like 8 out of 10 receptions. Um, I think DeAndre Hopkins could get some more targets, and I think for Kelsey, he's just slowing down. I mean, it's something we mentioned last year. Like, I mean, Mahomes may not be getting the ball to him as much because he's just not getting as open, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he'll find ways to get open this game. But it's just more of spreading out the defense, forcing one-on-one matchups, and then using our speed on the outside, and um, once we're able to spread out the team, then that's where Kelsey can work in the middle. That's where, you have Mahomes being able to run down the middle. And Xavier Worthy is great for that. And yeah, I really I'm trying to see. I think maybe we could bring back McCole Hardman this game.
Is he on the team? Can you sign a guy
Yeah,
for
we
the
brought
Super
him
Bowl?
back. No, he's been on our team, right?
When did you guys bring Hardman
Yeah,
back?
not 100% sure because he was. It took a while. It was a whole loop.
The Dennis
Yeah, it looks
Schroeder?
like he was not. He was not. He could have been, but he was not activated off the injury reserve for the championship. Um,
Oh,
I am.
So he is there.
Yeah,
So he gets a ring if you guys win the Super Bowl?
yeah. I
McCole
don't know if
Hardman?
it's his second or third. He's definitely gotten at least one.
Might be his third because he was definitely there for the first, and he might have been there for the first of this three-peat as well. But maybe just one at this point. Two-time Super Bowl champ
Yeah.
McCole Hardman. And it doesn't even, do you feel like they've even unlocked the Worthy playbook in like a real way? I mean, they definitely used him
Yeah, I
more.
definitely feel like throughout the year, yeah.
I mean, they've definitely used him more, but do you feel like the like the packages and the play designs for him have been like super crazy? It's been kind of the basic stuff that we saw with Tyreek Hill. A lot of those end arounds. Like it is like the kind of the basic ways that you would use a guy like that, right?
Yeah.
Where we've seen it, at least at this point in the NFL, where those concepts have kind of been infiltrated into a lot of those offenses, where if you have one of those speedy weapon guys, you know, a couple of jet sweeps and getting him some of those easy touches, pause, are just going to be in the offense. It's just going to be like an automatic thing. But I feel like they might even have like a couple of more sets and plays to go to that we haven't even seen yet for Worthy, and maybe some stuff down the
No,
field
for
as well
sure.
too.
For sure. And I think using also Hollywood Brown more.
Yeah.
I mean, because last game was really the first time having him, and of course, the big moment is the drop, but that's not really a good route for him. A good way to show him off or something to
Yeah.
help him get part of the team. So this game, hopefully, bring him more. And then so now you have Xavier Worthy, Brown, and then you still have Juju, a really good possession receiver. And DeAndre Hopkins is also another good possession receiver, and it's a good mix. I mean, heck, if we want to really Justin Watson's really sneaky fast too. Um, so it's definitely a lot more talent that I trust in. He's going to be in this game, and yeah, I don't know. I just really hope we don't go to Hollywood too much because he could make it into a Hollywood movie with all his drops.
And just to think it like getting out of hand is the hard part as well too. If that's positive, if that's the only way that they're gonna be able to get this victory, and for them to actually, because they also have to go down and score touchdowns the first couple of drives, whereas it feels like the Chiefs defense there's always at least a field goal stop. It feels like even on those drives where it's like, oh, they're going down to score, at least they hold them to a field goal, or there's just like that
Something.
random penalty or whatever.
What they've been doing all year.
But I don't see it getting like if it's. I have a hard time seeing it being 17-0
No.
at some point in this game.
But it could be like 35-21.
Yeah. At what point in the game though? Like even still, it's like Mahomes 2 touchdowns. As long as Mahomes was within 2 scores, with like 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like it's still like within reach. And that would, if it's 21-35 with 6 minutes left, I would be like, okay, this is probably not going to happen, but you still just never know how they're going to script it out.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I'll be hoping to the end. But the only way to beat Mahomes in the playoff is either you get a lucky break, not luck, but you take them down to the wire. And then, and that's only happened, he's only lost that once out of like how many games? I think it's 20 plus at this time. Or you blow them out, And so I don't think this team has shown they can't win it when it goes down to the wire. I mean, they didn't have Saquon, but still, I definitely don't feel like the Eagles are built for like really nail biters. Because if they're underperforming, they're just underperforming. I don't, but they are definitely built to blow out a team, and they have the talent to do it. So, yeah, I think if it's going to be a loss from us, it's going to be a blowout.
Well, nobody wants to hear you keep talking about the Chiefs. We all get it. They're going to win. Mahomes is going to win. I mean, what was your first thought when Doncic got traded? I guess it was shock, obviously, because you sent me the thing. But how long did you spend figuring out that it was real?
First word? Was that your first way of finding out?
Yeah, pretty much. Like right when I opened Instagram the next morning. Yeah.
Oh, so you weren't awake.
No, I found out about it the next morning.
Oh my gosh.
What time did you find out about it on the West Coast? What time did it go down?
Mm,
I thought I saw it posted around like
8? Yeah.
about around when?
8, so it'd be 10 your time. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So I wouldn't have been asleep at that point, but see, I have like all the notifications silented at like night and stuff. So even
Oh,
like the NBA news at some point, like I'm watching the games and stuff, and I guess maybe I was asleep because they would have done like a breaking news on the game, right?
yeah.
You think they would have just
Um,
like just intercepted the broadcast and been like, "Sorry guys, we got to tap in here. Doncic just got traded for Anthony Davis."
I think I heard all broadcasts were like college basketball, everything. It was funny seeing players find out. I found out because I just keep going on Instagram and I saw someone put out like the Shams tweet and then be like, "Oh, Shams probably hacked. Like, what the heck?" And then I scrolled a little further down. And I was like, "Oh, Shams just confirmed it." Well, I was like, "What?" And then I had to go to X, see it for myself, and I read
Mm-hmm.
it. And I was just stunned. I was just like, what? This is crazy. For me, it just was, yeah, I was stunned. I was stunned. I honestly didn't think that that could ever happen. Um, Not for a Dallas team that, and it's been hashed so many times by now. It's been like, what, a week?
Yeah, it
Not
went
for
down
a
to
Dallas
Sunday night,
team. Yeah, not a
Saturday.
Dallas team that makes a lot of money. It's a big market. It's a big star, and not really wanting to go in a race, but it's a big white star, So like, if
Mm.
the owners are racist or something, like, come on, man, like he's white, like what, And it is a team that people have looked at sideways just because of how much of the team has been white compared to other teams. So that's the only reason why I bring that up. Um, but yeah, a big star, a huge star. I mean, in the finals last year. Um, and to be traded just because you have a bromance with someone who constantly gets injured. Last year he first time in like a decade that he played, what was it, like 73 games or something? Like he actually played games. Um, but I was shocked and still am. It doesn't seem real. Seeing him in a Lakers jersey doesn't feel right. I know blue is my favorite color and I prefer it anyways. But I just I don't know. I do hear conspiracy theorists. I do wonder if there is credit to the whole like the team moving to Vegas or whatever. I don't know if you heard that conspiracy theory.
I don't know if the
Um,
Vegas thing has any merit, but I the ratings
Something
thing
happened.
is interesting. Where
Yeah, the ratings thing, yeah,
I
too,
did see a post that said the ratings decline this year has been around like 20 to 25%, and with the Doncic trade they were like, I think we could see an increase in the ratings about 20 to 25%. And it's like, okay, like is it really possible like that this one move could be so exciting that it would just make up the entire difference of the ratings gap? Like I get the
for the
Doncic move,
Lakers.
I get it's a great like yeah, it's an all-time move. It's the craziest trade in NBA history. It's to this big franchise. Like it has all the makings. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility like that this move could do that, which is why, maybe you orchestrate this type of move. But it is also like it's not even like they were like, "Oh, it could get us back up to 17% and now we're making our way there." It's like, "Nope, Doncic's trade to LA, league's fixed, ratings are back. They're going to get boosted."
Well, and people want to, of course, fudge the numbers so it'd be close. It might be like 16 and a half, and they're like, yeah, close enough. Um, I do think that I see I I I understand the ratings thing. I think a lot of what people don't realize a lot is that the general like pie chart of TV content is decreasing a lot, and it is becoming more and more sports. So even though there's less and less people watching NBA, there's less and less people watching TV in general, and so the percentage of people that are watching the NBA of people who watch TV is keeping about the same. That's why the TV contracts are still up. That's why, because of the live contracts, live TV, live sports is the only thing keeping TV alive. So,
Yeah, it
um,
really is.
and the ad revenue is just different. It's just a different amount. It's a lot more on TV. It's just is what it is. Um, so that's why I don't put too much credit into the ratings going down. I do, however, think I do think there is some stock towards maybe the team moving to Vegas just because of how many teams have done that. And just because of the family that is there, and I know people say,
But would
"Oh,
you
they
believe it if
sold
they
all their
said they
stuff in
came out and said that
Vegas,"
that's not true?
but well, no, because a business owner is going to be like, "Oh, you got me," those rich owners, like
They're not going to admit their
I'm
plans up
very much
front.
in a eat the rich kind of stage of my life, so
You're
you
telling us
know.
that these rich people would lie to us about their plans, their future plans for what they might want to do for a country. Or wait, sorry, we're talking about the Mavs, the basketball organization.
Oh, oh. Yeah, no, exactly. So I think there might be some credit to that, or Harrison is just dumb. And I'm sorry, I don't like. It's not. He just made a dumb move, and I think he just wanted AD so much, and his friend Palinka took advantage of the situation and was like, "All right, I'll do." It's like dumb trades in fantasy football league. He's like, "All right, I'll trade." And guess what? People make mistakes. People make mistakes, and I don't think this is a whoops. I accidentally hit the button and my franchise star is gone. So
Like
I'm
you
pulling up
text the
the
league
Spurs game.
commissioner, it's like I didn't
But
mean to accept that trade.
whoops. Like, no.
That trade was supposed to
But
be canceled before Sunday. I didn't mean to put it through.
but really smart people make really dumb decisions. And so, yeah, Nico Harrison obviously isn't dumb, but I think he made a dumb choice. And I think all of America agrees with me. So to like, I mean, so to, I don't know what, I think what the problem with Nico in this situation, like they mentioned, one, there was just really, I don't know, sources are coming out now, of course. It was really rocky in there, like just the way he was with other stars. He was just, of course, there's obviously the weight stuff, but it definitely seems like there were some issues, obviously, with the front office. And it wasn't just because he was 270. I think there was like some actual credible stuff of him in the front office. And then, not that I'm excusing Nico for what he did. And then I think the main problem, which is B, is that Nico Harrison saw Luka Doncic as an asset. He saw him as the line item, as this is how much value I can get for him. And what he didn't realize, which is the human part of sports, is the connection that you have with the player and the city has with that player. And everything's bigger in Texas. They love like big personality, big stuff like that. And that's Luka Doncic. That's the way he plays. He's literally like the Lone Ranger
He's bigger now,
bringing the
yeah.
ball down the corner. Yeah, I guess.
270.
But he's literally like the Lone Ranger, coming down and taking down all these teams. He's, the city has shown they love European stars with Dirk, these big, bigger than life players who have their unique play styles, who are hated on by the whole league. People laughing at Dirk. LeBron and D Wade, the cool guys club.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the coughing thing and laughing at him and stuff like that. And you look at Doncic and everyone calling him fat, and oh, you see Anthony
Everybody's
Edwards is
picking on
how
Doncic.
exactly Anthony Edwards is how I want my stars to look like, all that stuff, and it's just like you look at, and so you just see all that hate, and people have said it like it is just like Dirk. They would have rather if for like Dirk, they would have rather had the championship, lose in that '07 and get that championship in 11 instead of getting like two championships or something like that. And I think I was hearing some fans like, even if they got three championships in a row from now on, it still would feel a little, you know. And there could be an argument made that like maybe in some way, like maybe the team is better on both ends of the court. If you average it out, you could see in some world, you account for Luka only playing 22 games, he has injuries, stuff like that. Like maybe in some world the team is technically better, but people don't pay tickets to come watch basketball, quite frankly. I think the percentage of fans, and this is one
Mm.
thing the league is struggling with, is
Wow.
they're
You may have just cracked the code.
they're realizing that the most fans do not come to basketball games to watch basketball, like the actual playing of basketball. If you switched out all the people and put the same jerseys and still played the basketball, like the same people hitting the same shots, it would not. That would you would have a lot less people. You can go down to the rec league and watch it, but it's that connection, it's that aura, it's that story, it's who they are. If you had another 7'5" guy with the same like skills and same basketball personality, but or same plays and same IQ, but off the court it's just all mute. Like with Wemby wouldn't be nearly as respected in the culture and it wouldn't be nearly as interesting. But then you see him like he's respecting Duncan, he's respecting the GOATs, like he's going out there, he's doing all the hard work, he's doing his homework, he's doing the Spurs homework. He's, quiet guy, but he's still very classy. You see the way he talks out in the media. He's a very smart, thoughtful guy. And so it just makes that connection for, y'all as fans. Or you look at Jason Tatum, he's like the perfect Celtic. Like he's not making a ruckus in the media. He goes in, clocks in, does his job. He's not necessarily, maybe the best player in the world like Havlicek and all these other guys, Russell. But when it's winning time, he does perform, and we've seen that the last couple of weeks with a couple game winners. He's shown, in very clutch games. Celtics have shown, time and time again, and just his mentality that if it's not a banner, I literally don't care. I literally don't care, and that's
Mm.
his mentality. I mean, obviously he wants to get paid. Everyone deserves what they get paid, but his mentality that I'm just playing so I can get another banner up there, and from day one having that, and not even causing drama in the media. So just when players really dive into the identity of their team and really become and define like the culture and like reinforce the culture that is around a team, such as Wemby with the Spurs, uh, such as um, LeBron with the Lakers, such as Jason Tatum with the Celtics. I would even say Anthony Edwards with the Timberwolves, with that fight and that brashness and how he talks and stuff and putting up a lot of points, and same way with like Kevin Garnett in the past, or SGA with OKC. Him like comes from a small town and like he's developed and it almost feels like he was drafted there, and same age and
Hmm.
super young and showing all this talent, and it's not like a big contractor or stuff like that. So you just see all these players around the league. We could even talk about Jokic with Denver, really tall guy, mountains, like he's like literally a menacing kind of guy. It seems like Denver, it just it's just all these players that really dive into the identity of their team. I think Tatum, Wemby, and I think Doncic were the three best examples of this in the league.
Do you think Davis's talent is getting lost in all of this though? Because people are calling
Yeah,
this,
people are doing too much. People are doing too
yeah,
much, acting like he's a bum. Like,
people are calling this the worst trade in NBA history. And Davis is literally on the All 75 team. He's one of the 75 greatest players in NBA history. He's probably one of the 12 best players in the league right now. And there is a two-way thing that you get with him. There is a positional value
yeah,
thing that you get with him as well. And, I was like I'm just personally excited to see Anthony Davis in a lead position again. Pause. Because he went to LA when he was like 25, 26, and he spent the last 7 years there. And even the last couple seasons, even if he's been the number one guy on the team just in terms of talent wise, he's just always going to be in the shadow of LeBron and that team. And LeBron is still, like, we're still seeing him right now, even last night against the Warriors. Like, LeBron is still obviously awesome. But it's like Davis was this guy at one point. Davis was supposed to be this. He's the generational talent. like if we go back and just go pre-draft, like Davis is probably a better prospect than Doncic all time. It's close. I get Davis has the advantage of being the number 1 overall pick in his draft. Doncic was the third overall pick, but and and at the end of the day, I get the part of it being Doncic is younger than Davis by a significant amount in just those years, those like next 5 years that you could get. With Doncic, they're going to be the reason that you lose this trade. But like the next like couple of years, like I don't think it's impossible that you couldn't, like I still think you can build a title team around Davis. And I just think that that's being lost in all this. Like Luka, again, can be the face of franchise, maybe in a little bit of a different way. But just when we're talking about winning a title, like Davis is not so far off from being that lead guy. And I still think he has a couple of seasons here to potentially be that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, if you really wanted to go like super slow in conference, and we'll see in the next couple of games, but as like PJ Washington gets more shots, more of the team gets passed around to Kyrie, like all the team in general gets more shots, which is always the argument with a heliocentric guy. Like, is it better? The team usually performs better when the guy is out of the lineup or something like that. And it is interesting how OKC has been able to find that balance. I think that's one of the most incredible things about OKC, finding that balance between a guy like SGA, whose main talent is, scoring by, being on his own and having the rock on his own, but the team is still continuing to develop as players, with the ball movement in spite of that. But yeah, we could see. I mean, I think there definitely could be stats, and by the end of the year, it's like, well, did Dallas actually win the trade? And blah blah blah. But the main point is that it's not the basketball that really matters. That is really the loss in this situation. The point that matters is, and I think I'm just watching the game right now with the Spurs. I think LaMelo is another one with the Hornets where it's an individual talent that doesn't equate to winning, but man, does it look fun sometimes. I just saw him do a spin move. They're down up by 1. He did a spin move in the right corner, not quite on the 3-point line. Like he does a leaning backwards spin jumper that went off the top backboard.
So Davis needs to do more of that.
Yeah, and he'll get sent to Charlotte real quick. But
Davis play like LaMelo.
Exactly. But Luka was Dallas. He really was Dallas. Luka Magic, that sheriff riding down and, just he was Dallas. And Dallas, and especially the season where after they get a taste similar to MVP season with Dirk. They get a taste of like elite play, and they're like, oh, like we could really do this. We could really do this. And shout out to this front office. Like they have built a team generally around Doncic. Like this team is actually when they had Doncic, it wasn't that bad. Especially Daniel Gafford too. But now it's just you got Kyrie, you got Davis, and you're wondering like, what do we do? Like, I don't know how they move forward. I mean, obviously I know how they move forward. They continue to play the games and stuff, but it's definitely it's tough. It's tough. And I think it's the same way when the Raptors traded Pascal Siakam. It definitely felt like they lost a little bit of their identity because they had like this international guy. Same way with Toronto. I mean, there's a lot of transplants in Toronto, and he's very undervalued, underappreciated. And he's coming into his own, and he's, and it's a newer team, the Raptors, and he's a newer player to basketball, and you can kind of see like him really become the face of the league, and then face of his team, not face of the league like Scotty Barnes, and
face of the league.
And now he's traded, and now he's going to Toronto. Now he's with the Pacers, right? Hiding somewhere. Who
Scotty
knows?
Barnes?
But
Siakam,
Pascal, yeah. But I just, man, LaMelo was really throwing this game. I just
You're a couple of seconds
geez.
ahead of me. I haven't got to the LaMelo disaster yet.
Yeah, it's not. It's a disaster class. You heard of master class? It's a disaster class.
But that's
But
interesting to think about
um,
with the Davis piece of it, though, because like we're saying, he can't really emerge as the face of the franchise in LA because he's playing next to LeBron. So do you think, like, obviously he's in New Orleans, like he's obviously the best player there, but like you're saying, it does feel like he kind of like that little piece of it was missing. Where that was interesting when you brought up like LaMelo. Like I do think LaMelo has a connection to that. Trae Young in Atlanta, like Trae Young has a connection to the fan base, and those players aren't as good as Davis ever was for New Orleans. But I don't even know if Davis was as. Am I just misreading that, or do you feel like it was Davis as a player just doesn't have that it factor? Like, is it like an it factor that a player has with this like connective tissue to them in a fan base? Is it an
yeah,
experience
I
thing?
mean, I think I don't think the Lakers fans were ever gonna like really love Davis. Like, oh, he's the one,
But what about
you
like the
know.
New Orleans fans
And
back in the
yeah, that
day?
was close. That was close. I do think there was a moment there, and then he bailed out of there. He bailed. He's the one that quit on the franchise, and now they have another super young, physical anomaly that gets injured all the time. And hopefully they'll figure their stuff out. But I do think that
But do
he's
you feel like
just
in the moment when he was playing for the Pelicans, he had that same connection to the fan base? Do you feel like it was
yeah,
as
I do
strong?
think so.
It was as strong? Okay. So he
Not maybe
so
not as strong because he wasn't like maybe the second or third best player in the league. I think he's definitely top 10. It was definitely his prime years. But he wasn't like Luka Doncic. I mean, he didn't take him to the finals. And so I think it wasn't as strong, but and that's the thing is that they did just go to the finals, and it's just
but that's what
that
I'm saying. Like with
that connection.
LaMelo, with a guy like LaMelo, he's not the third best player in the league, but like you're saying, he has that face of the franchise feel to the type player he is. Like it feels like the Charlotte fans kind of rally around him in a little bit. Like
Well, yeah.
do you think it's like a do you think Davis is like I guess it's one, do you think it's like a intangible thing that a player has like Anthony Edwards, like obviously like he has this kind of extra sort of charisma that he carries himself
Yeah.
with and it bleaches over into the way that he has a relationship with the fans. Do you think like Davis just doesn't have that if it's a thing, or do you think New Orleans just as a city is kind of just like not the type of city that it would like has Davis just not been in a situation really where he can emerge as that guy? He's been in A like a bad basketball city and then B in LA next to LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, I think with New Orleans, the connection definitely cut off when he bailed out of there.
So you
But
feel
I
like he
do
was able to
think,
develop that in New Orleans.
yeah, yeah, he could have if he stayed there longer. I think that because I think the fans really did like him. I think the fans really did like him how he played. Um, and I think he's the one that built. I mean, he's the one. It was ugly at the end. It got really ugly, and they were like, before he got traded, they didn't have him in like the team calendars or whatever, like for
Yeah,
the
that's right.
next
They took him out
year,
all the
or they wouldn't
stuff.
show him in the
Yeah.
graphic. Like it got ugly. Yeah, it got
They
real
did the
ugly. Like it
Jordan
was him
Band
against the team.
marketing strategy over all his
Exactly.
team photos.
Exactly. So it was just yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I don't know. It got really weird and ugly, and it doesn't really happen for a franchise guy. Um, so yeah, I think that's why the connection didn't work as well with there. But I would say his connection to New Orleans would be closer to LaMelo with the Hornets. They got this young superstar. They hope he plays well. That looks cool. But yeah, with the Lakers, he's just under LeBron's shadow. And then here, like all they can think of is Luca.
Just
Every
the
time they look
X.
at Davis, all they want is Luca.
All they want is their X star player.
Exactly.
I don't know. Davis is not a bad rebound though. But
Well, people were saying maybe Luca could reject his contract at or not extend,
oh, and then he'll go
and then
back to
he'll go
Dallas.
back to yeah, exactly.
They're pulling a heist. Yeah, I feel like we do that with every like star player at some point. It's like maybe they'll. I feel like we even did that with Kawhi. We were like, oh, is Kawhi actually going to come back to San Antonio? Then it'll be Kawhi and DeRozan.
No, but that was weird though. He definitely y'all that was weird. the medical staff and all that. I don't know what the heck that
Yeah,
was.
we were not getting along at then, so they were
Yeah,
definitely not
definitely.
going to be reunited at any point. But do you think Mavs fans are being a little bit too dramatic? Like, do you think they can
Well,
never
yeah,
develop any like come on, like if Davis wins a title, like you're telling me it's not gonna mean as much if Luka Doncic won a title. These are all
yeah.
titles
No,
at the
I
end of the
agree.
day.
No, it isn't. It isn't going to mean as much, and I think as much. Wow, shout out Fox. Um, I think as much. He definitely stepped out
Oh
of
wait,
bounds
10 seconds,
though.
9 seconds. There's the mini. Hey, Fox.
He definitely stepped out of bounds earlier though. They're lucky on that. But yeah, no, I don't think it's going to mean as much. I really don't.
But what does that
And
what does that mean
there's gonna
though?
be fans booing. There's gonna be
They're gonna
fans booing.
boo at a title? How does that even
I think
happen?
so because it's not all about a title. It's not just about winning. It's about who you're with and
It's
who you
about who
play
you
with,
take the
and it's
journey with.
exactly it really is. And I think I mean, even like that's why Katie left the Warriors because no matter what, the story was it's Curry's team. It's Curry. The legacy always is Curry. You know, you look at like that Beatles team in Miami, like if anyone really has any connection to it, it's probably D Wade. But I mean, do we really see people who are really connected to it? Like, oh my gosh, I love the Beatles. Like, there's definitely a lot of talk about that one Celtics win, and
But I think the LeBron
them
people,
coming
there's just
together.
like
But
LeBron fans, and they just are loyal with him through all the
exactly,
teams. You know.
exactly. But there's not really any people who are like, oh my gosh, Chris Bosh in that one series. But
Well,
you
don't
see
do
like
Chris
Shaq and
Bosh like
Kobe.
that. Yeah, okay, Chris Bosh
Yeah,
doesn't have a ton of fans, but
yeah, he's good, but you see like Shaq and Kobe, Shaq or Kobe really coming onto the scene, or you look at like the teams I really remembered, MJ Bulls, like it's again the story's MJ, even Larry or Magic, or you look at the greats in the game, any of the greats, and even Jokic, and the story like he's under, he's a pudgy kid. No one really, everyone counts him out, and then he goes and he's back to back MVP, best player in the league. Look at Giannis; he's literally growing while with the Bucks.
oh yeah,
For Greek freak. Even Joel Embiid, he's still always getting hurt, but at least it's the process. There's some kind of story there. So it's just, it's. I think it's definitely the story that goes there. And that's why the Warriors Cavs were the most watched NBA finals in a while because it was the stories of, you know, LeBron bringing it back to getting one for his home city, freaking Ohio. And, it's that underdog against the mighty Warriors with, Curry from the Bay and, Silicon Valley and the rise and all that. So it's the stories that get told that really make it pump up and you really see that watching it. And that's why Mahomes against Allen this past championship. That's why it was like the most viewed since it was like 82 or something. Like most
yeah.
viewed conference championship. And it's just because people get invested in the stories and that's what people watch. That's why, UConn had all those wins, all those championships, and guess what? It didn't get nearly as many viewers. Barely anyone probably watched their seventh one or their eighth one or whatever because it's not
Klingon wasn't
about the
bringing in the fans.
winning.
You're saying nobody was tuning in for
Well,
the.
not for the men's side, for the women's side.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
the men's side too. The men's side too. For those two, yeah, they weren't as watched. Um, as the one with Caitlin Clark. And you see the one with LSU, and then you see the back-to-back years, and it's the viewership is just you can't compare. And then you have Caitlin Clark come in the league, and so people are like, "Oh, like they're starting to get invested." Oh, geez, but it's all
Uh-oh.
because of the stories. It's all because of the stories, and so that's that's what I think. That's what I think Nico Harrison is not realizing is that he has done irrevocable damage to this team, to the players, to the state, to the city. Um, it's to everything. I mean, talk about commerce and stuff. It's irrevocable damage, and people don't like Kyrie. Really, players love Kyrie. People don't like Kyrie. In general, in my opinion, like, people on the street, I think, like, maybe you have some highlights and stuff, but it's just, and then you have
That's a
AD,
good point.
he's
That's
hurt
the
a
other
lot.
part of
It's
this
just
that really sucks for
short.
Davis is like this just feels now like just the most. It's not the most unlikable team in the league, but it's the most unliked team in the league now by like their own fan base.
Very much. Very much. Yeah.
And it's not in your
Like, who's going to be like, yeah. And so Kyrie already is going to be upset himself.
But
because
now, like you're living.
this is not what he wanted.
Kyrie's like you were like with your girlfriend, and like this is like her like sister or cousin or something that you don't want to deal with, but you still have to live with her. And now you've broken up, and the girlfriend's moved out, but you still have to deal with the sister. And it's like, why is she around?
Yeah.
Like, why is Kyrie still here now that Luke is gone?
Exactly. And Kyrie is already a delicate situation. So now you took out the number one player on their team. You screwed over a player, which, for him, it's player empowerment all the way. Like, there's no way it ends well. So now you got to deal with this headache of Kyrie. You don't have Luka, and then you have AD, who someone bumps him the wrong way and he's hurt. So just imagine how dry this tinder is to really flame up in Dallas. You just need Kyrie to be mad at something. Some fan yells at him, flips him off, says, oh my gosh, says he's mad or whatever. And you have on the other side.
Fox, baby, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. De'Aaron Fox.
For 3 and the win. Dude, oh man, off the inbound, the trade is working, The
Don't
trade
get too excited.
Is working.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about all that. We got Bridges throwing up gang signs.
Don't say that, bro. Wasn't
Miles. Whoa! Miles pretend he got a gun. The camera switched real quick. Miles, better chill out. Miles, you better go. You better go back to jail. You better watch out with all that.
Wait, is Bridges Pyru? What's happening?
Chris Duarte. Is a Diaby. Man, shout out this Hornets team though. Shoot.
Oh,
Melo,
man.
yeah, he had his whole hand on it. Sorry, Rim. That was a great 3 though.
Yeah, you know what? He made the shot. Like it just.
He made it.
It is what
shout
it is.
Out. But shout out the Hornets for their toughness. Wide open 3. That takes some mental toughness. They're definitely a better team. But what were you talking about? The story. I just feel like, yeah. So like I said. Kyrie just needs a little something to set him off. AD has shown he constantly gets injured, and then you're screwed, and then you're tanking, and it's that you're relying on 2 old, delicate stars to take your team to the championship, and I don't think that makes sense, especially with the Warriors now getting Jimmy Butler, a player who turns up to 20 in the playoffs. With Curry, I mean, they're already the scrappiest team in the league. I guess outside of the Heat, where he just came from, they're probably the scrappiest team in the league. And now you just added the scrappiest player in the playoffs. And already how deep that team is. I mean, now they lost some of that depth, obviously, with Wiggins gone. But and then Luka and LeBron and then you're not even talking about all the other great teams. John Morant gets healthy. If what's his face? Denver is still a factor. You still got Timberwolves, and OKC's head of the conference. So I don't know what the heck the trade was, and it's definitely feeling like a leaning tower pizza, and it just needs a little push to all fall down.
Is there any way that we're gonna be able to separate what Davis means to the Mavs franchise for like his own personal legacy standpoint? Like, if he's able to have some play, like, what is the peak version for Davis from a legacy standpoint, do you think? Because, again, like, now that he is the lead guy, like, this opens up in a way, like, Doncic is just the best.
So you think this is AD's team, not to interrupt, but.
Well, who else is it? Kyrie's team? What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Spencer
Kyrie's going to be
team?
going in thinking, no, Kyrie, he's going to go in thinking, oh, this is my team. He's going
he?
to have the ball most of the time. He's bringing out the ball.
But there can be sort of a your thing, my thing with the big man, maybe, that there isn't with another guard. But Kyrie also, the way he was playing with like Dinwiddie last night in Boston and Klay Thompson, like he's kind of can be the third guy. And like In that first quarter,
Ooh.
like they were running a lot of stuff for Clay, and Clay obviously continued to
Yeah.
play well throughout the game, but that can be the main focus of your perimeter offense. Maybe it's an unreliable one for the playoffs, but at least it's an option to go away from Kyrie potentially. But
Mhm.
again, like Luka at this stage in his career, like he's gonna, regardless of what team in the league he's on, his legacy is gonna kind of move in the same progression anyways. But like we're saying, now that Davis is out of this shadow, like his legacy has a chance to take a step up or two in a big way if he is able to accomplish anything. Like, do you see any peak outcomes for a Davis legacy standpoint, or do you see this kind of like being a, like what happens to Davis now just in the bigger picture of the NBA? Do you think he's just going to get kind of lost in the shuffle in Dallas? Because I do think that's my worst fear is now that he's either going to do the legacy turnaround thing and we're going to be like you're saying, oh, Davis didn't see this happening, or it's just going to be,
Yeah.
the offseason be like, wait a second, Davis and Kyrie were on Dallas. I forgot about that.
I think it could be forgettable. It could be forgettable because I think, like I mentioned, like they're both players that have had issues with staying on the court, whether for reasons of their body, mentally, or physically. But they're both players that have shown not to be reliable, and I don't, I don't know. I don't really trust either of them. I think they're, two of the probably the least trustable players in the NBA. Like maybe James Harden also, throwing your guy Kawhi for seasoning, who knows. But I definitely think that it's two of the really players that you really can't trust and haven't been able to do it on their own. It's a team of Robins now. With PJ Washington and Robin also, a whole lot of not really anyone has taken on the cape on this team in a meaningful way. And so we'll see. We'll see. The best version of this team is pretty dang good. It is. It is pretty good. They have half a season to get there and a whole lot of pressure.
What if this is a little more like a Guardians of the Galaxy situation? Maybe like some misfits kind of thrown together, unsung group of heroes we didn't expect much from.
Well,
Maybe like a
I
Thunderbolts.
love that you mentioned a movie as an example because that happening is fiction. So,
Yeah.
I don't think in real life they almost always get beaten by the team that has been prepared, that has the team together, and that's what makes the NBA different. Is that it's not college basketball. They're not. It's not like a one-time little. It's not one and done.
But even
And
in college, like the experienced teams can have an advantage once we actually hit March Madness and actually make a tournament run.
yeah,
Like you actually do
no,
see the
you're right.
teams, like with the seniors, oftentimes too. Like they can be the winning
Yeah.
teams.
Yeah, and that's a weird part is that it's teams with not as much talent, but have played together forever. And, that's what OKC is, but with the talent, which is why they're number one.
So you're saying, do you think it's crazy that I've been defending Davis at work, like walking around being like, I don't know,
That's
I
crazy.
think Davis shouldn't underestimate
I don't
him.
think it's crazy because he did play 73 games last year.
I'm
Like,
not
he is a
defending the
good
trade. I'm just
player.
defending Davis.
Yeah, no, I think you can defend Davis. I think the main point is that, like, it's what level are you defending Davis? Like, is he what are you saying? I guess what are you defending him as?
Well, I guess it's more like you're saying, just people when they're like, oh, this is the worst trade ever. This is the dumbest trade ever. This is the most stupid thing. I'm like, well, Davis again is like a top 12 like player in the league. It's not like there's
Yeah,
zero
like he's not a
possibility that this
bum.
is anything. Like
No, it's not zero, but it is like 10.
the example I keep bringing up is the Kawhi trade when they traded him for DeRozan, where you look at DeRozan and go, okay, DeRozan is a third team All NBA guy. There's a ceiling to that. And at least Davis, the hypothetical ceiling is still a title in my mind. Like they didn't
Well,
get a version of the trade where you go, there's no title.
well, and that was the last time a team really got hosed on a superstar deal. And we thought it was going to be the last time ever. But yeah, you guys got really done in with just DeRozan and was it Jakob Poeltl too? And a pick?
Yeah,
Like
Danny,
it
and we
was
gave him Danny
you guys
Green.
got fleeced. You guys got fleeced. But you don't make a trade trading your superstar and your only outcome being a couple semifinals and call it a good trade. Like that's not a good trade. Like it should be something insane, should be the whole farm and a half. And similar to like the Paul George trade, all like that's the best case scenario. But it's definitely it shouldn't be like a couple pieces and all that. And people were saying the main problem at the end of the day is not so much that he traded for Davis or that he did it even in secret, or well, more that he did it in secret or did it so quickly. The main problem is that he didn't at all like try to get he didn't even shop him at all and didn't even get a pick swap. Like it didn't get any of that. It was just one guy, one lane, and he didn't even push for much. And he could have gotten definitely at least a couple pick swaps, at least something. And he got the quite frankly like almost the minimum offer. Like, Max Christie is a starter, but
Mm-hmm.
like one starter, one star, and one pick, like that sounds like some combo at McDonald's. Like that's barely anything. Like we gotta do better than that. Like I don't. It's ridiculous that he got quite literally what is the bare minimum. And for me, I'm more what makes me more upset is that he's surprised that people are mad. And he's like, wait, what? Like you guys, and so it's not only like making a mistake, but then being like indignant that other people would say that it's a bad idea after, you know, having all this criticism. And I mean, like I mentioned, like you said, Mavs fans are taking it too far. Now I'm seeing graphics like, this is the time and place for Nico Harrison's public execution. Like people need
Did
to
you see
chill
that they
out.
increased his security detail?
Like it's insane.
Is
He needs
Luigi a
like
Mavs
people
fan?
I'm just saying, like they gotta watch out. Like it's bad. Hey, Texas, they all got guns. You know what
Oh
I'm
man,
saying? Everything's bigger in Texas.
is this really the America we
Um,
live in now?
hey,
That
look,
if you just and again, like we're saying, I'm not saying the rich and powerful are the most popular people in the world, but also when you
uh,
get to the place where maybe they start walking around just getting gunned down by civilians, it's also like there's a balance to this whole thing.
well, and also you see that people are saying that it was mostly Nico Harrison that wanted to do this.
And
They
make no
are
mistake,
under
from
the
a
second
money
apron
standpoint,
now,
Nico Harrison is not
so
have the sway that Brian Thompson has. It's a little bit of a different thing. Health insurance versus Luka
yeah.
Doncic's.
I don't know. It's
So if
yeah,
our
I don't
NBA
know.
GMs are
It's
getting
pretty
gunned down, then
similar,
I'm.
similar millions.
Are we sure? I think one might have a B and one might have an M.
Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. It was how much they're paying him and all that. I
Doesn't
don't
health
know.
insurance like fund the NBA through ads? I'm pretty sure pharmas and health insurance is
Yeah, it
like
definitely does.
what pays
It definitely
for
does. But you
everything.
talk about like people, commerce, and like how many years Luca was gonna stay there? What, like 10 years? Like he was gonna be there for life, if not for Nico Harrison. For life.
Okay, wait, chat. Ask
I
Sam
know.
some questions real quick because I got to switch this game.
Oh, yeah, right now I'm watching Hawks Bucks. Hawks are up 11-12 to 105. 149 left. Um, yeah, I'll just say it's yikes. A little frisbee corner. Shout out Carlton, looking like the best team to me in the league. Moved up to second place after winning Florida warm up over Zoo Disc. I'm real excited. I'm real excited. We can bring a title to Central Division, the same division that my alma mater's from. Go Hawks. And yeah, Carlton always dominates the women's side, men's side. I don't think. Yeah, they're definitely a team that made it. Minnesota is usually right up there with them, but this year they definitely have been loading. They definitely been getting some young players. Declan Miller is now in his second year. He's so good. I remember watching him as a freshman in person. He's so good. And Carlton's all frisbee and cut rules. Right now cut rules. They're Oregon hasn't played a game yet in the spring. They're still number one. They got Adkins. They got a lot of talent from last year. I think Micah Glass. They have a lot of talent from the club championship team. And so that's why they're number one, which makes sense. So we'll see. We'll see if they keep it going and season. Here we go with the spring season. It's gonna be fun. It's nice to see new players. No UNC, they're definitely cooked. Colorado's still good. Tobias Brooks, keeping an eye on him. He's now on the pro team over there.
Tobias Brooks. Wait, what happened?
But yeah, no, we're doing a little frisbee corner.
Frisbee corner. I'm missing frisbee corner.
Giving Carleton a little bit of love from the Central Division there, and now like number 2 in the nation after winning early season. But Oregon's still number 1, and a lot of their players were on the national club team that destroyed the New York team. They were on Rhino Slam that destroyed New York. So in the final, I think they won by like the biggest margin since like the 2000s. So so lots of experience there, but who knows? Who knows? But yeah, no, I was just saying, you got that Hawks game on, or which one you got on?
I went with Miami versus Brooklyn, actually.
Okay.
Probably a
The
dumb call.
Nets.
There's only 2 minutes left. Probably should have switched the game with
the Heat are
more time.
Yeah, I guess the Heat are new now with no Jimmy buckets.
Yeah, but this game was close. I was like, let me throw this on at the end here real fast. And no Ben Simmons now for the Nets? Is Ben Simmons even going to have a team? Is Ben Simmons just out of the league now? What happens with Ben Simmons?
I'm surprised he's not.
Somebody will give him a shot, right? San Antonio, he's a free agent now.
But definitely not at the cost.
Well, no,
that
he's
he
going to
was
get
at.
bought out so that they can just, he'll have all that buyout money from Brooklyn. It'll be
Like-
like the Westbrook thing. He can just sign these minimum deals.
How much would you sign him for?
A minimum contract for sure.
Really? Yeah. That's probably what he
Absolutely. Especially on that buyout. And Ben, can you imagine Ben? I would actually. Okay, how much would I pay? You're asking me how much would I pay him? If I'm running a team, I would actually give him the minimum. But how much would I pay him? I might give him $12 million. No, that's too much. $10 million a year?
Whoa, hey. Over 3 years?
Terrence Mann's making like $15 million a year. I mean, Ben Simmons is
I don't understand how Terrence
a little
Mann has that
worse than
contract.
Terrence
I
Mann.
remember seeing it. I remember seeing that. Well, Terrence Mann actually plays games, so
And he's a clutch guy, so he's going to get some extra money.
exactly.
But
Clutch,
comparatively,
clutch
I
be
mean, I
clutch.
think it could be similar. I mean, you just think like big wing off your bench, right? A guy that can run your second unit. How much does Trey Jones make? Is Ben Simmons better than Trey Jones?
Now it's like tough. That's tough.
It is close. I don't know.
know.
I think I'd rather have Trey Jones, to be honest. If you're trying to win the title.
Because the problem is they're always prime. Ben Simmons could come out of nowhere.
Yeah. Is it gonna happen though?
I don't know.
It's not gonna happen, right? Not at this point.
Probably not.
How old is Ben
Probably
Simmons
not.
even right now?
I don't know. Hey Google, how old is Ben Simmons?
Google.
28.
28.
Google said 28. Zip it, Google.
Ask Google where Ben Simmons is gonna go next. Does it know?
I'll be so quiet.
Hey, Google said they'll be so quiet.
Google, where is Ben Simmons gonna go next?
Bro, you're my earbuds. Who knows? Who knows? Giannis. Oh, that's why they're losing. Is Giannis is not
Put
playing.
Ben Simmons and Giannis just on one team. Ben Simmons to Milwaukee. Maybe that's the move. If you're like a desperate, would you rather
Yeah,
Ben
they
Simmons go to
should.
like a desperate team trying to win the title and just making one big swing, or would you rather him go to like a team like San Antonio that's trying to rebuild and fit with that timeline there?
I like the big swing. Just because it forces him like you have pressure. You got pressure.
So what do you?
So
So is Milwaukee a fun idea? That's not a lot of shooting around Giannis, unfortunately.
yeah, but it does.
Indiana?
You have that size. You go Twin Towers. Yeah, I could see it. And playmaker with Tyrese.
That's honestly
Yeah,
like
maybe
that's like
the
a movie.
76ers. He
Um,
goes back
a-
to Philly.
A kid from Indiana, a kid that like a kid from the big city. He's been in New York. He's lost his love of basketball. He's been making too much money. He has to go into the heart of America, Indiana, that old school Hoosiers roots, and try to find his love for basketball again with Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam. That could
Or
be
he
on
could
Tubi.
go back home. Go back to Philly.
Really? Is Philly the second most hated team? That's another one.
Pretty close. Yeah.
Outside of Maxey, there's not. I feel like
Yeah.
you want to steer clear of maybe a guy like Ben Simmons. I don't know. Is he the Jimmy Butler replacement in Miami?
Uh,
Can he do what Butler did in a playoff series
oh my gosh.
as a
No,
playmaker?
we know the answer to that. And oh,
Maybe it's the Lakers. Maybe if he's on a minimum deal,
Lakers?
maybe it is the Lakers.
Lakers is hilarious. Lakers is hilarious.
But speaking of Jimmy Butler, is that I'm trying to think. Well, I
Bucket.
guess the Fox move. What's a bigger what move do you think will impact the playoffs more, De'Aaron Fox or Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler. I
Okay.
think pretty clearly, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Chat,
that's
Chat's
definitely
gonna be
more
like,
of
"What
a
are you
1-9
thinking?"
team.
But hey, that's Spurs might make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Spurs might make the playoffs. I don't think they're, nearly as playoff ready as Jimmy Butler and the Warriors.
But is that a playoff? Like, what do you mean by playoff ready? They're playoff ready to win one round.
Yeah, I think they could win one
Is this
round,
a
and
move
you
that
guys
is this
would
a
have to
move that
fight out
actually
of the plan.
moves the needle for you? Because to
A
me,
little bit.
this move is great if you're bringing him in with the version of Steph that we've had the last couple of years. But
Exactly.
I mean, speaking of Davis, like I think Davis is better right now than Steph. Is that a hot take?
A little bit, yeah.
Is that a hot take? Okay,
Um,
I just
I think a little
gauging
bit.
it.
Like Curry, when he's on fire, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean
You know,
that's right up there with anybody in the league.
exactly. So that's why I don't know if I'd say he's. I don't know if AD. I don't know. I haven't watched that much AD recently.
And he's been hurt, so it's been tough.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing is they traded a hurt player right now. Still don't know how that trade happened.
But if
And
you were
I'm not even a fan of the Mavs.
bringing in Butler as like a second best player to Steph, that would be the better move. But to me, I almost wonder if you're bringing in Butler and if in a playoff series he not your best player, because like you're saying, when Steph is on fire, he's still shifting the dynamics of a court in the way that he does. But
Yeah.
the way Butler can control a playoff game, the way he was doing it in the finals, I wonder if he almost can be the lead guy in a playoff series versus Golden State. And I don't know, just the dynamic of those two guys, it's like two guys at like 92%. Maybe that's even too generous, like 87%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, I do feel like, I mean, it is interesting. I do feel like, yeah, Jimmy Butler at 100% and Steph Curry at 100%
I
is
feel like
probably like a top 4 team. Like it's close.
oh, really? So you would take
Yeah.
you're saying top 4 in the West?
Yeah, top 4 in the West.
So I'm assuming OKC, Denver.
Yeah. And the Timberwolves, I don't know, maybe better than Timberwolves. Who knows?
Wow. Do I like the Mavs better in the playoffs than the Warriors?
Now the Mavs?
Because what else do they have besides Butler and Steph, to be honest? Like, I guess they still have Kuminga and Pods. They still got the young guys.
Yeah.
But Wiggins is an
Kuminga.
important role piece
Looney?
for them. Looney hasn't
Yeah.
really been doing much in the rotation. I feel like they've been trying to look for a center. They've been drafting guys. Trace Jackson
Everyone's
Davis.
looking for the center.
Draymond is been hurt. So, when he returns, maybe that's a big piece. But
Yeah.
I almost feel like they would have been at risk of.
Wait, no, he was playing.
He was
Got
back.
that tech. I think he got a tech and got
I know
trouble
he's
for
been
it.
out. So yeah, I mean, he could be
Maybe
back.
he's at. Yeah.
He could definitely be back for sure. But I almost wonder if they were more at risk of making a slide if they didn't trade for Butler. Like, I wonder if this trade Butler like brings them back up for air, more
Yeah.
so than propels them forward. Yeah, right now they're 11th in the Western Conference, so they wouldn't even have been in the playoffs. So this team's going to go, and 11, 10, 9, 10, and 11 are all 25 wins, and the Mavs are at 8 with 27 wins. So I guess right now, Mavs 2 wins above the Warriors. It's not, I guess, again, post trades as well, too. I'd have to look at what the playoff odds would be. But
Yeah.
to me, this just puts them in as the conversation is like, okay, now they're a playoff team. Maybe they're a feisty round 1 team. But people were talking, at least I was seeing the headlines on the TVs at work, like people were like, are the Warriors contenders? So hopefully people on the TVs weren't saying yes.
No, I feel like they are. They're contenders. Anytime you have Jimmy Butler, you're a contender. And for him to now go be playing with not Tyler Hero, but playing with Steph Curry in a playoff series. I mean, imagine Steph Curry pick and rolls with Jimmy Butler.
But that over the Thunder, though, in a playoff series?
Yeah, I mean they're inexperienced. I mean, yeah, the OKC made it to the
Over
conference
Shea?
finals, but these are two players that have had real playoff series in the finals and real careers and yeah, Shea's cooking right now, but what about when he's the focus and they put all their attention on him? I mean, because you gotta take into account like in the playoffs, single performers on their own do struggle in general because defenses are able to prepare for them and it's all about them. And so I do think they could lock in on Shea enough. And then Jalen Williams, he misses a couple shots. I mean, I'm not saying that the Warriors, I wouldn't pick the Warriors to beat the OKC in this series right now, but I do think it would go to like 6 games. And without Jimmy Butler, I'd say it's a sweep. But with Jimmy Butler, you get at least 2 more wins, and it could be a close. It could be close, or not 2 more wins, a win,
Yeah.
2 or 3 wins, and I think it could be closer than some people give it credit for.
So if Draymond is back and healthy for the playoffs and playing at that time, it would be a starting or at least a final five of Draymond, Butler, Kuminga, Pods, and Curry.
Hmm. So
That
Draymond, Butler, Kuminga, Pods, and Curry.
that is a pretty
Yeah.
good lineup. That
Yeah.
lineup versus what Houston could throw out there versus what
Exactly.
Memphis could throw out
Well, it
there.
depends on how good Amon Thompson is.
I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah. In a
People,
playoff
yeah,
series though, right
Amon.
now,
I think that would be a good IQ test on whether I trust people's opinion. Is like, what do you think of Amon Thompson? And they're just looking at me like, who? Like, all right,
true. If they don't know who he is, that's a
bye.
problem at this point.
Like, bye.
I feel like there's a
I'm
couple
done.
NBA fans I would know at work that I could just be like, bring up Amen Thompson, and they would be like, I'm not quite exactly certain who you're talking about. Like maybe they've
He's
heard the
like, all
name,
right,
but they don't know if they would be able to like picture him or his game or anything like that.
exactly.
There'd be no
He's like,
visuals
adios.
on his thing. It's like, yeah, well, get in the film room, buddy. Start throw on ESPN.
Like, do you actually watch games? Like,
The fantastic finishes on the YouTube. Pause.
yeah, you see the Terror Twins, him and
Yeah, and
Evans, but
speaking of
yeah,
disrespect on Davis, Asor Thompson, with all the Amen love, nobody remembers Asor.
I know he's starting to do his thing.
He's playing well. Obviously, Amen, I think, was the higher upside guy in general. And the fact
Hmm.
they go back to back in the draft, it's like people think that Asar is like on the same level, but they're going back to back
No,
because of the I mean, like still the athletic mold
the
of
high
what
end, yeah,
Asar is. Yeah, it's still a great
yeah.
player, even if it's not quite what we thought Amen would be.
But yeah, no, I know because Emin is he is a little bit better as, talent. But
Yeah.
I think yeah, both it's just that hope that if they are able to, put it together offensively, um, their 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 athleticism defensively, just makes them into really scary two-way players. And this is why people will always take like if you have to build a player, you always take a huge forward over a center or a small guard because and that's what Tatum's dealing. Why Tatum's so great right now is like he can go on one end and defend a center and play and really guard up on a center in their best lineups, and then he can go on the other end and play point guard. Because Drew Holiday's not really a traditional point guard guy, and neither is Derek White. So you just let Tatum just give it to the ball, hand it to the best player, and let him initiate the offense. And so that's why it's still 6'8", 6'9" um is the premium. 6'8", yeah, 6'6" to 6'8" is the about the perfect height for the NBA.
It's close to say if he would be ready this year in a playoff series, though, to win against some of these veteran guys. But you would still
Yeah.
have Brooks and, you have Jalen Green a couple years in and Sven Goon as well.
Mm.
Like the Grizzlies are going to be terrifying in a playoff series. And, just with that Warriors bench as well, I don't know. It just feels like a team that's still just missing a lot of pieces. But like you're saying,
Yeah.
like the high end version of what Butler and Curry definitely are at the peak of their powers from 2 seasons ago is really crazy. I just like, is this version 2 seasons later still enough to be a couple of
Yeah.
playoff series later? I'm not sure, but is De'Aaron Fox the type of guy that you think can be a top 2 guy on a championship team as well? Because obviously he's the Spurs' second best player right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a third.
Yeah, but you
He's
like the
a
move though
third.
in general, right?
Yeah, I like the move. It is good to get another to help Wemby's development in that way. Um, I mean, I do think they probably need a forward or someone who's really a defender. And I know De'Aaron Fox's nickname is Swiper, but still think there could be some defensive needs. But yeah, I would say that they have a really good. I think that is a really good trade to, just show Wemby that you're serious about him and the future of the team.
What would you have done if you were the Spurs? Would you have made that move and brought Fox in just because he wanted to? It all lined up. They were available. They have the cap space. They have the assets. He wants to leave.
Exactly.
Would you have made that move, or would you have just held and just
No, I would have done that move.
the
Did you
wish of
not like the
something?
move?
No, I do like the move because at the end of the day, they didn't give up a ton, but you're still
Yeah.
sacrificing some stuff, and it's one of those things where it's like, okay, now are we even out of play for like a really big fish in the like? I mean, Windhorse literally reported today that he feels like the Durant Phoenix Suns thing is probably gonna be winding up at the end of this summer, and that in the offseason, Durant will probably request a trade. That team will probably end up breaking up. Like if Durant is available in the offseason, you start wondering what the possibilities are. I know Durant is a much different thing from the timeline of what Fox is, but Durant is also, still an all NBA level guy if there's 3 or 4 years. There, it's just, it's just like, what are the possibilities for the types of players you could bring in with Wembanyama? But I mean, you see Fox as well today and in the last game. Like the problem with these last couple of games is they've been against the Hawks and the Hornets, but they have now. I guess they didn't win that game technically. That shot didn't count, but they should have won the last 2 games, and they were close games. And Fox was, had some good moments at the end of them, and he's had the clutch player part of his past. And I think there is some other stuff that can be unlocked with him, maybe defensively. At least I hope so. Like if there is something that can be unlocked with him defensively, then this also becomes then I think he individually becomes the type of guy that you're like, oh, he could be a second best player on a title team. I think you're right. I don't think the version of him right now is, but since seeing him on the team as well too, and watching him, I think even being a little bit better than he was in Sacramento, even in these 2 games, and just a little bit maybe more relaxed. Like I don't know, he's just seeing the game a little bit differently. I really like this version of him, and I like what he could become. So that makes me a lot more exciting for it as well too. But then you think you also have to pay him in a couple years.
Yeah,
and he's
that's
gonna
always the worry.
And you don't always get to pay your third guy like your third guy. Sometimes you have to pay your third guy like your second guy. So then it becomes, who can we get as that third guy, but he's also actually our second guy. And the team building thing kind of gets thrown out of whack. So the contract extension part of it got me a little bit nervous as well when we initially made the trade. But again, when we made the trade with the assets that we gave up, it's almost like you don't even have to make the contract extension if you're feeling that bad about it, in the off season or the end of the next off season, especially. So with what they ended up having to give up from a player standpoint and a pick standpoint, I think this is absolutely a move that is good value. I don't know if it's a move that you have to make. I think it is good value though. And I think that Fox could definitely prove to make this trade even better if he continues to grow as a player.
Yeah, no, I mean, you get a player like him on that that kind of deal. I think it is it is something that you take, and I don't know. I don't know. I definitely feel like it is something that it's a. I mean, you see how he matches well with Wemby. I definitely like the trade, and of course, you could always sit and wait for something perfect, but you might as well
Yeah.
get something good during this time, um, instead of ignoring it. So yeah, no, I definitely am excited for seeing their future together, and who knows, maybe De'Aaron Fox could grow into a real number two, if he develops his 3-point shot. He's still youngish, but yeah, I think it is. It does now accelerate expectations and just in general what this team is looking for in the future. It looks like De'Aaron Fox is 27, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, starting to hit his prime right now.
Yeah, you get a guy that enters the peak of his powers. And I guess more importantly as well too, just from a more basic basketball standpoint, it's can he be a guy that is just also super reliable at the end of games and can be a shot maker that can go toe to toe with some of these shot makers in fourth quarters? Because Wemby is obviously continuing to grow offensively and his
Yeah.
shot making continues to get better. But like right now in a playoff series, if they're gonna hang with the team, like they're gonna need Fox to
Mm.
be able to match Jamal Murray for a couple of buckets, or match Jalen Green if they're against the Rockets for a couple of buckets, or something like that. And he might be like still a slightly inconsistent at doing that, but I think again with especially another star like Wemby, because you think even with Sabonis, like Fox is still kind of the primary guy in a way that you're thinking about that defenses are going against. Like now he's fully the number two guy that from a game plan standpoint these guys are having to worry about. So that type of focus from a defensive standpoint I think can unlock him as well in a playoff series. And if he is able to get some of these easier matchups and take advantage at the end of these games, then that can be where this is like really immediately beneficial. And I think that's the type of thing because Wemby could definitely be that. Like I'm not saying Wemby could never
Hmm.
be a clutch shot maker. I'm just saying like right now as he
Yeah,
continues
no,
to
for
grow
sure.
into that, Fox can
Yeah.
be that, but also give Wemby the time to develop that too.
Yeah, and bring some a little bit of playoff experience to the team. Um, and it's not like the Kings really wanted to move on from Fox. It's just he wanted to leave. So, uh, definitely, still, yeah, very valuable player. He's good. Like, there's no, yeah, no reason to not believe that he won't be good with Wemby.
I was trying to see if there was any other trades that I hadn't quite mentioned yet before you got on because I was talking about some of the other smaller deals before
Mm.
you joined. But DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs as well too. I do really like that one. That is like a sneaky okay.
Yeah,
Cleveland is still they were still a title team with the way they've been playing this year, but the fact that I think they were able to get better and the fact that it's like
yeah,
Boston on the other side still hasn't continued to like quite emerge again. Even last night they just, they got destroyed up until the last part of that game where they tried to charge back in the fourth quarter and make it close. They just still have continued to be a little bit underwhelming in the East. Just looks like it's kind of clearing for the way for the Cavs. So for them to capitalize like this, I really like it. And, 3 second-round picks, 2 future pick swaps. If you don't have any picks anyways, just get rid of the ones that you do have, right? What are those 3 second-round
yeah.
picks going
Might
to
as
get you?
well. I mean, especially when you're a playoff team, that your own picks aren't going to be great, and this is why you get picks for it to get players like this, to add to your team and take them to that next notch. And I like that from them, especially recognizing that the East is weaker than ever. Um, Fewer good teams, and if the Pacers can make the conference championship, why can't they?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Hunter, I think you almost could have gotten a little bit more for him as well. Again, they get 5, you know, is that 2 future first round pick swaps? It just says 2 future pick swaps. So I don't know if that's first or second or if they just haven't quite worked that details out when this trade tracker thing was posted. But
Yeah.
He has been really good this year. I mean, again, going back to that Spurs-Hawks game a couple nights ago, he kind of cooked the Spurs. I think he had 30-some points, and his three-pointer has been, I think, a little bit more consistent. And, I don't know if he's quite like all defense level defender, but he is like a really strong body and just like a really difficult guy to try to get around. So at least you have that. He's and just from the Cavs roster, like he's just in general a better defender and a better 3-point shooter probably than did they give up a core? They gave up LeVert, not even a Coral, right? Let me go back and look here. I think yeah, it was LeVert and Niang. They didn't even give up a Coro. So you have a Coro and Hunter, both. You can almost play those guys together in some situations if you want to, Allen and Mobley's your combo. But you do a little Mobley, Hunter at the 4. Now you have like a real small ball 4 as well. I didn't even think about that. The versatility with that. Maybe even long term, there's some Jared Allen stuff that you could dabble in.
Who knows? But I do feel like Mobley's best at the 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's your go-to lineup. I'm just saying you have that ability to work that in there. But he's been 39% from 3 this year, 19 a game, 46% from the field. So he's just a really solid scorer and a really strong body defender at the wing. So I think that's just a real like playoff series type guy that could help him out. I honestly think that puts him really. I might bet him to win the East now. That'll just straight up jinx him. But I almost think that puts him over Cleveland in my mind. Not that or over Boston with the way especially Boston's been playing. If Boston turns this around and has like a really good stretch and looks terrifying in the playoffs, then we'll be back on pace as normal. But it feels like this is just a good vibes in-season move. And this is the type of in-season move that you can make if you're a title contender because it's additive to the team, but it doesn't shake up the core in a way that I feel like, is this like a major adjustments type move, Like the other guys getting used to Hunter. Like he's going to be in the corner. He's going to be just playing defense and making lives easier on that end for the rest of the team. Like it's the type of trade that you can work in seamlessly in half a season, but still makes you better in a real way to compete for the title. Because again, that chemistry is the most important part.
Yeah, and I think the Cavs recognize that, they are probably a piece away, maybe in a star and with the younger-ish. I mean, I guess Hunter is now as young as I don't think there's going to be much more growth from him.
But he could take a little bit of a step up even one more year.
Yeah,
sure.
he could. Yeah, he definitely could. And then you have him and Garland as well, who could also improve. So you got some pieces here and there who could take a step up. And yeah, just to know that you're not quite at the level of Celtics or even of the Bucks, but pretty close. And I just think they are going to. I don't know. We'll see how it ends up. We'll see how it ends up. I really don't think. I mean, it's definitely going to be like off the bench kind of guy, but he definitely gives the depth in case there's anyone hurt. You always feels like in the playoffs there's at least one injury. So we'll have to see how it ends up for the Cavs because the last couple of years it just felt like they've been decent, but it didn't really feel.
Oh, sorry, my mic unplugged. Testing 1 2. Am I back in?
Oh.
Testing 1 2 3. Hello.
You are. Yeah.
Wait a second.
I don't know if it's that mic, and I think it's your outside mic.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Oh, we're back. Yep.
Okay, so who do you think was the biggest loser of the trade deadline then? Was it Nico Harrison or Chris Middleton for ending up on the Wizards?
Yeah, I saw that. Wasn't it for? Oh, that was the DeAndre Hunter trade, right?
For Kuzma.
Oh, Kuzma. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was a different trade.
No, here, I'll read the trade. It was Milwaukee got Kyle Kuzma, Patrick Baldwin, Jericho Sims in a second rounder. The Wizards got Chris Middleton, AJ Johnson in a first round pick swap. And the New York Knicks get DeLone Wright in cash.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then I think the Bucks even traded Patrick Baldwin to the Spurs, if I'm not mistaken, for like a second round pick later on.
Mm,
But every
interesting.
year when there's like a big reshuffle, there's just one guy that gets relegated to like one of these teams, and it's like, oh, sorry, Chris
Yeah,
Middleton.
exactly. And you're like, well, I guess we're cooked. Like,
I guess we're just never gonna hear from Chris Middleton again,
exactly. Like, nice knowing you,
unfortunately.
buddy.
Is he gonna
Yeah,
have a
shoot.
Chris
Might as
Paul,
well be learning
Russell
Chinese at
Westbrook,
that point.
or I guess not? Did Chris Paul play for the Wizards? I don't even remember. I don't think he ever actually did.
He's gonna have a what?
Is he gonna have like a Westbrook Wizards resurgence? Chris Middleton?
Mm.
Can we give him some?
Maybe. I don't know. I've kind of been out on Chris Middleton for like the last 3, 4 years. So I'm kind of surprised this trade didn't happen sooner.
Can we give him his props though for the player that he was at the peak of his powers? Like
Yeah,
him and Giannis
at his
and
peak.
him and Giannis and Holiday, like they won that title. And Middleton's shot
Yeah.
making, he was the lead perimeter shot maker on that team, on a title
No, he
team.
was. He was. He was. Yeah, no, Chris Middleton in his prime, and just the story of him in the G League, continuing to
Yeah,
grind his way and not becoming a starter until what, it was 30, 31, 32, I think, in the league, and then to, become, I think he was an all-star one year. Pretty sure he was.
yeah. Chris Middleton
But
definitely
just
made an All Star
the
team in there.
story, yeah. So, but just the story for him from nothing
Three
to
times.
yeah, exactly. From like not nothing, but G Leaguer to 3-time All Star. It's just it's different. It's different, and I never want to discount that. I just think they had him 1 or 2 years too much instead of 1 or 2. They got rid of him 1 or 2 years too early instead of 1 year too late, and that's the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, so the 16-17 or 15-16 season he got hurt. Or no, yeah, 16-17 season he got hurt, played 29 games and scored 14 points a game that season, but from 2015 to 2022, he's 19 points a game, 46% from field, 39% from 3, 5 rebounds, 4.5 assists. And again, in the playoffs, like big moments, big shots, some big games. Obviously, Giannis was incredible in that finals and in that game, that closeout game. It was just awesome earning that finals MVP. But yeah, that whole playoff run was 23 a game, 43% from the field, 34% from 3. In the finals, he was, let's see here, 24 a game in the finals, 48% from 3 in the finals as well, too. The percentages go down a little bit when we get into the later rounds, but still a big-time bucket getter as we go on. And they were playing a game the other night, and I was watching Chris Middleton, and he was actually playing well. He's been kind of cooking this year for him. And just him just like having a good offensive night, hitting shots, it was like, man, this was actually what this team was. Like Giannis was
Yeah,
the big, powerful star player, but the guy that could get to the rim, and Middleton is the guy on the perimeter. Like if they needed a 3, it was Middleton. Middleton was the guy. And I feel like there was even a couple
he's
moments
the
in the
guy.
playoffs where they needed a shot, and like Middleton hit like a big jumper late, like over a guy. And it was like, oh
Yeah,
man,
no, he
Middleton's like
was
a
the
go-to
guy.
scorer now.
Yeah, no, he was the guy, and yeah, it ended almost as quickly as it started.
We need to
It
like
ended real quick.
IT will dig up. We'll go through and make a list of like I want to like find the list of guys that are like you're like would be surprised about how responsible they were for winning a title. Where it's like, wait a second, Chris Middleton was like the second best player on a title team. Like who are these
Mm,
guys that you would go back in NBA history and go, oh man, I forgot that. Yeah, Boris Diaw. You'd be like, man, I forgot that there were nights when like Boris Diaw would be the most influential player on
exactly.
the Spurs and just like conducting everything. And you'd have to
Hmm.
be there. Only the people that watched knew how good Boris Diaw was in the
Exactly.
finals. But
Jamal Crawford in his prime, Lou Will.
yeah, but Jamal Crawford, those
You
guys never
know,
won the title though. I'm talking about guys that won the title.
oh, I won the title. Yeah.
Those like Jason Terry. We're like, was Jason Terry
Mm,
the second best player on the Mavs that year? You know, Sean Marion bounced around a little bit, but
yeah.
just like that
Mm,
random list of guys.
yeah. No, I'm only a little distracted because I'm rewatching the last 7 minutes of the Olympic gold game. And man, oh
For
man,
Frisbee?
did Curry and LeBron carry us?
Oh,
No,
I don't know. I was thinking
no,
Frisbee.
no. Yeah, no. It's just watching Curry hit that layup with a couple minutes left, and he's just yelling at the Serbia bench. And it's just one of those moments where you remember how competitive these guys are. Like, you know, he's just screaming in the head coach's face. He's like, "Oh man," he's just sitting there. He's like, "Bro."
Who would have thought his basketball peak would have been on the Olympic stage?
I still think it was. I mean, obviously, technically, it was 2016. I think people will don't give that season enough credit. But in terms of like, hey, we need a bucket and you're the guy, of course KD hits the three too, but I mean Curry just with the night at the end over two, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that shot is crazy.
It's ridiculous.
That
It's just
honestly is if they ever do like a rewatchables episode on the Olympics game, you could make the case that Curry's Apex Mountain that game. Rewatch of Bulls, it wouldn't technically be a rewatch of Bulls. A rewatch of medals?
I don't know.
Maybe?
Maybe I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know, but they for people at home, they do have the last 7 minutes on YouTube, so I would. It is a good watch. It is a good watch. It's pretty. They cut it up. Yeah, it came out 5 months ago. Cut it up, but it is a nice little package. So
Maybe I'll see if I can just
definitely worth
find
watching.
the full game. I might just go throw on the second half to that game. Honestly, I mean, it's
Mhm.
kind of a quiet NBA night. I think are all the games done?
Yeah, yeah. I just have the OKC game up in case the Raptors got frisky. Is Patrick Balding Jr. gonna play any minutes for your team, or you just might as well send him straight to the G League?
He probably won't, but I still like the move. I like Pat Baldwin.
Oh, okay.
I'm always down to have a Baldwin brother on the team.
Oh, so it was the final against France that he was doing that? Curry was popping off like that. I think it was against France.
Where he hit the shot over Wemby, yeah.
Yeah, that was over Wemby. Yeah,
I mean, he popped off in both those games. That whole run for him, both those games, he had big shots.
yeah. No, he had a big shot. Yeah,
That's
that
why I said I
layup.
need to go back and rewatch second half for both those. I'm sure it's on the tube
Hmm.
somewhere.
Somewhere, someone got something. Someone got something. Going into a little pop culture. Have you watched Severance?
No.
Just came out. The second season's coming out
Season
every week.
two?
It's really, really good. Yeah. Have you
Yeah.
heard of it? Do you know what it
Yeah, I
is?
know. I've heard of it, and like it's got the Parks and Rec guy. What's his name? Adam Scott.
Adam Scott,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's got Adam Scott in it. It's like a little like
Do you know the premise?
yeah, it's like you lead a little bit of a different life when you're at work versus not at work. That's all I really know, to be honest. It's like you're kind of brainwashed when you
So
go to
it's
work.
yeah, so it's like you live completely different lives inside and out of work. So like you just become another version of yourself. So there's like a brain block between the two. So it's like innie and outie and the whole thing and like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when you're inside, you don't know when you're out. Or when you're in, so it just seems like to your innie that you're working all the time, like, and they don't know how it is on the outside. But anyway, the whole main mystery around it is what they're actually doing there in the company itself, because it's like really mysterious and they worship their founder and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, it's crazy, but but that's coming out, and then I did have an announcement to make live on stream. I haven't told anyone
Whoa.
this, but yeah, live exclusive for whoever is here, all listeners. I will be going to the Central C concert here in San Francisco,
Whoa.
May 6th, the Masonic. He is coming to the Bay,
Central Seas
and
crossing the
I
bridge.
love his yeah, I love his new album, and a friend of the pod, and I will be going to see him when he is here. Early birthday gift.
Oh, wow. Wait, so how many concerts have you been to?
This would be my first like legit big artist one. I've done like smaller. I've done like classical choir, like actual artists, but like still smaller one.
So
So this will be my
you've done like
first like real
you've sat in
concert.
like an orchestra and like a theater is what you're saying?
Yeah, or I've done like
That's not a
yeah, pretty
concert.
much,
I'm
or
talking like
someone playing
a live music concert, you know?
like bumping. No, I've done live music concert. Yeah, like someone like an artist.
Who's
There's
the
one
biggest artist
Emma
you've gone and seen
King.
up until this
It's in
point?
a cathedral. It's
Pause.
probably someone called Emma King.
Emma
Saw her this
King?
past year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shout out Emma
She's
King.
pretty. She's a little. It's a little something. Something.
What kind of music is it?
Let me see.
It's
Let
probably
me
just
see
not
if
the
I
type of
can.
music I listen to.
No, it wasn't for me. Yeah, it wasn't for me. But
No, I can already tell that Emma King was probably not your suggestion.
is it Ella? Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
Even better.
Yeah, it's Emma, I think. But no, it's good. She's pretty good. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like guitar and more singing and stuff, and she has a little voice.
Have you ever been in
But
like a theater-sized venue, like
yeah,
for like a live bumping performance?
alive? No. This will be my
So this will be a first real experience for you.
real deal spiel.
I gotta be honest. I can admit this here on live on the chat. I've never broken my concert virginity either.
Oh,
So
I've heard it's like $250 or something for tickets in Chicago if you want to go.
to Central C.
Yeah.
Do I want my first time to be with Central C? I don't know. I feel like I'd have to. First time's gonna have to be like a crazy artist, you know.
Oh my God. You know,
Big X the plug.
who knows?
Pause.
D-Lo?
Boss man, maybe
D-Lo.
potentially. Cole, Kendrick,
He's hot. Yeah.
probably one of those guys.
Probably gonna go out, yeah.
Maybe if
So
there's
we'll
just like
see.
a random like Jay-Z does like a couple spots in some or something like that where if somebody's doing like a pop-up and it's like, oh, it's in Chicago.
Yeah.
It's a legend that's not touring constantly. Like I kind of want to break it with the legend first versus a current artist, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So it's exciting that it'll be
Shout out
happening for you,
Isaiah
man.
Joe.
Central
No,
C.
I'm excited. I'm definitely I love his last album, and I'm definitely now like starting to, learn the songs and get ready. And yeah, I didn't realize what song is it? Loading. I didn't realize I liked him all the way back then because I forgot that was him.
Oh, okay.
I
What
knew
year
him
was that?
before Band for Band is the main point. I liked him before Band for Band.
Well,
It
he's
was
on,
Loading. He
that
made
On
it
the Radar
during.
freestyle with Drake.
Yeah, I was listening to that too yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. What was it? There's this long, really, yeah, combination thing, like kind of combination thing. But no,
It's a madness.
Loading was the
and
one that
badness.
yeah,
Combination.
combination. But no, the Loading was when I really
Six
first
loading
heard
by
and
two
really
feet.
liked the Central C. I didn't really listen, yeah, straight back to it. 23, I really didn't listen to Detail Therapy. Yeah, I think I heard Loading, and then I didn't hear him for forever. And then he kind of came back with Band for Band. And then,
And this
yeah.
is like his actual first debut album too, so this is the time to buy in
Yeah.
on the stock.
Yeah, I mean, he's made other albums, but yeah, I can't really.
He's had little mixtapes and stuff, yeah.
His first, yeah, this is his first, like, I'm famous album. And then he had the whole thing with his girlfriend. He broke up or whatever.
So
that song with Ice
what
Spice.
songs have you been bumping off the album?
I really like
Top Freestyle?
Gen Z Love.
Gen Z Love, yeah.
Gen Z Love. I do really like St. Patrick's, but the best.
St. Patrick is good too, yeah.
Yeah, St. Patrick's. I think the other one was 10 with
Skepta? Yeah.
Skepta. But the best one has to be GBP.
Oh, 21
And
Savage?
21 in features is so good. And for him to be like, when I see you in real life, like whatever, you Twitter people, what are you gonna do? You're gonna type me? Like, like
Yeah.
what do you I'm butchering the line, but it was so hard. I remember when I heard it, I like rewinded it like 5 times. It was so good. I think No Introduction is also good. That's a
Yeah.
good first song. But yeah, I really liked him throughout the whole album. CRG with
The whole
Dave is
album
good.
really is consistent quality.
Yeah. Yeah. Like he's really talking about his life, you know, about where he is and stuff. Um, let me see. And it's yeah, no, I really liked it.
Wait, what song was
I
that
can't
bar on
pull
you were
up
talking
words.
about again?
With 21.
21, that's right. I was thinking it was Skepta for a second. I was trying to see if I can look it up on Genius, but now Genius isn't loading, so it is what it is. But yeah, there honestly wasn't like a ton of skips for me on this album either. It was a lot of
Yeah.
just consistency throughout.
Yeah, it said internet traffic. The heck you gonna do, buddy? You gonna type me? And
Yeah.
it's like, oh my gosh, like holy, like, jeez, Louise, what are you gonna do? You gonna type me? That's tough. That's a tough line.
Did you listen to
Um,
the new Weekend album at all?
but yeah, I've been doing that. No, I'm not gonna lie. I do like his song though. His main, you know, hitter that everyone's listening to.
It's pretty good. This is the
Every
first time
time,
this
yeah,
is like
yeah.
a
And I know he's on tour.
yeah, I think that's starting up soon as well.
And it makes sense. It makes sense because it has that Playboy Cardi like it is the Playboy Cardi beat.
Hmm. Wait, are you listening to Timeless right now?
Yeah, like it has that Playboy Cardi like that's why I guess I like it so much is, we need Playboy Cardi to drop another album
Are we gonna
already.
get the album this year?
Where's this?
2025?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, bro.
Do you think
I'm
it's gonna
telling
happen?
you, bro. I'm, I'm the biggest closet Playboy Cardi fan. Like
Yeah?
if someone walked up to the street and was like, "Oh, I know you love Playboy Cardi. I know my Spotify's been hacked." Like,
Why wouldn't you admit your
'cause I
Playboy
will.
Cardi
I just don't talk
fandom?
about.
What would it be
I
about
just
Playboy Cardi that you need to
it's
keep it
like
closeted?
the secret. Well, cause like
He's popular.
he's popular, but like the way he doesn't really talk when he sings. Like he's just like, it's kind of mumble rap, but like all over the place too. So
But the thing is, Playboy
I don't know.
Cardi is the guy for that though. Like everybody else is just copying Cardi. So like Cardi's not a big player in my
That's true.
rotation,
Everyone is copying Cardi.
but if you're bumping Cardi, I mean, nobody can judge you because it's like, I mean, obviously he's super popular. Like everybody's bumping
Yeah,
him.
like Miss the Rage. Like, come on. But again, it just shows like that beat. Like Playboy knows how to get that beat going, and I don't know if he knows the right people to contact or
No, his
whatever.
ear for production is good for
But
sure.
yeah, like this, and that's what really has made
Especially
this
like on
song pop off. Like,
what's that OG album? His on like his first album or two, his production is really
yeah,
good on that. Whole Lot of Red is good as well, I guess.
yeah, whole lot of red. Holy cow, man. But yeah, I mean, I
Die
think,
Lit?
and the thing is, it's crazy. Yeah, that too. It's crazy because The Weeknd was already the most listened to guy. People were listening to his songs for like forever, like Blinding Lights for like cajillion, what it felt like cajillion years. And I was like, it kind of felt like everyone was kind of sick of The Weeknd, and then he comes out with this, with Playboy, and it's like, oh, like this is a banger. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like, why has The Weeknd gotten so many listens and so many shares and stuff, but not really the respect from the industry or like the media? Like, have you really seen anyone be like, "Oh, The Weeknd is the best musician ever"? Like, I don't think we ever see that, but he gets the streams and like he gets the numbers. Like, people really like The Weeknd, and I don't
hmm
think they realize that they do.
I think this is my take, honestly. I think the Weeknd and like Bruno Mars numbers get pumped up a little bit because their music is a lot sexier. So I think
Mm.
it can. I think people are playing the Weeknd at certain times, where
Oh, and they're not playing it to listen to it. Like
yeah,
no one's like turn on the weekend.
yeah. I think
I think,
everybody's banging to the Weeknd.
well, and I think people like it's technically
Everybody's
expletive, but I
getting
think
laid
people
to
like
Abel.
that's funny. But I think also people aren't like when people hear it, you don't really think that, oh, this is an expletive song. Like this is a bad song. This is like a
No, that's why I said
morally
it's
bad song.
just sexy.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
it's not like porn. It's just like
yeah, exactly.
it's just hot
It's
music.
suggestive. Yeah,
It's just the
yeah,
Weeknd's
and I
like
guess
really him and like Bruno Mars, but it's the way they sing. I guess it gets the people going.
it does. And I guess that's the thing is that it's suggestive, but it's not all the way. And I think that's what we've seen really when you're able to hit that line of like you're hinting at stuff, but you're not like all the way there because people don't want to feel gross. People don't want to be like, okay, like this just feels gross. But we want a little something. We want to get teased.
I
And
don't know
so
what you
there's
mean
like
by
that.
people don't want to feel gross. What are you talking about?
Like
What are you being clean
I
during
think,
your
I mean, I
Sam's
think
got
like people.
PG-13 sexy time?
No, but we're talking about like not just like obviously there's people who are desensitized to it, but we're talking about the everyday person. Like there's sensitivities about it. Like I think especially here in the States compared to overseas, like it's definitely a little bit
That's
of
true, yeah.
sensitivity still to it, like because of just the Christian, background and kind of the stuff that is drilled in all media and stuff. And so I think people like kind of that middle suggestive, like this feels sneaky. I guess it's not dirty. They don't feel dirty, but they want to feel sneaky, like, oh, it's a secret, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, oh, you thinking what I'm thinking? Like we kind
Yeah.
of thinking the same thing, but it's not just blurted out. It's like an inside joke. It's kind of it's in the middle, but it's not like, oh yeah, this is what's happening. Like it's in your face. So maybe that's why it's so popular.
That's my guess anyways. Cuz I guess
Yeah, that's interesting.
at least for me, like I'm saying, I can only really project my personal rotation. So there are Weekend songs that get mixed in just cuz you'll throw the playlist on shuffle, but I don't tend to
Yeah.
find myself queuing up a ton. Like I'm not just playing Weekend songs a ton on my own. I am from this new album because it's new music this year. It's fun time to listen to it. Some of the beats in the middle of that album are like a lot more like soulful, sampley
Mm.
R&B beats, so they do like kind of line up more production wise with what I listen to. But yeah, I mean, I get like when else am I listening to the Weekend? Like to be honest, at this point, like where else is and Drake is just in like a rotational pause right now. He'll be back at some
Yeah.
point in the future. Like, can't deny it. But like the Drake R&B stuff, like why is Drake so popular? It's the R&B, right? Where does he get that extra kick? Why is like let's be honest, why is Kendrick getting that extra kick right now? I mean, it's definitely the beef as well, but he's also
Yeah,
getting
definitely beef.
the beef, but there is like a 2% SZA lift as well with some of these tracks.
Yeah,
Like
and
I'm saying he's doing the heavy lifting, but in terms of the audiences that he's being introduced to, like the beef sort of solidified him with the hip hop audience, but now that he is mainstream in the hip hop audience in like that number one way, like SZA is the help in crossing over to pop, and Not Like Us obviously as
yeah.
well. But with
No,
SZA,
yeah, SZA, yeah.
he's literally I've been bumping that 30 for 30 is I'm still bumping it.
That's funny. Have you heard the new D'Angelo song?
Wait, you're saying not Tweaker? He's got a second one? A new single?
Yeah, they said he previewed.
Oh, he previewed it. Whoa. He's doing rollouts now for his single. Well, he did sign with a real label.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I'll play it. Is it on his Instagram or something?
Yeah, I'll send you the Insta.
Yeah.
It sounds all right.
I mean, it's going to be difficult to top Tweaker.
Yeah.
Playboy, is this Plaqueboy Max or whatever?
You say what?
What's this guy's name? Plaqueboy Max or something like that? This
Something.
streamer.
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason my speaker's not working. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Yeah, it's found his
You know what? He does have a sound. I'll give him that.
This now.
This like between this and Tweaker, you can kind of testing 1 2 3 my back end. Yeah, between him and Tweaker, I'm plugging my mic. You can kind of tell his like he can go with like this little like melodic-y, vibey thing.
Yeah.
Like he's not gonna drop bars. He's not spitting like Doechii, you know, on Nissan Altima, but he is got a flow, and it is consistent.
It is.
Now the thing is this song a banger on its own, or would this song be a banger if the artist was hot, you know?
Yeah.
Like Tweaker, you can't really help, but it is just, you know, a catchy
Whoa,
song.
whoa.
I was
Yeah.
swerving that corner.
Well, and I think people made fun of it too, and then it's like, oh wait, this is kind of good though. Like, what are you?
Well,
guys
that's why
laughing
people
at?
were roasting it, because we didn't want to admit that it was catchy. We didn't want to
Yeah,
admit
and they're
that
like, wait a
the
minute.
Lonzo brother just kind of dropped a slapper. I mean, this beat is kind of fun too, like the way it starts off. Da 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 da. And again, he's not dropping bars, you know. I'm a swerve, bend that corner. But
Whoa, whoa.
it's catchy. I'm a swerve, bend that corner.
Gonna get us copyright.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to talk over it as much as possible. If I sing over it as well, does that count?
That's funny.
I think that'll like block it out. No, shout out. Does he have a release date for this yet? I mean, the label's gonna try to, you know, drop hits with him and stuff. Wait, what else did you send me by Stephen A?
Something wild.
Ocho. Oh wait, Ocho. Oh yeah, this is a classic Ocho quote. I mean, sometimes this hits home, you know.
Oh, you've seen this already. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's apparently doing his bits. This is part of his material. She told me to go deeper, but I already had it all in. I feel like sometimes they say that just to like, they're just trying to check your pride. And you're like, you don't need it.
No comment. No comment.
Well, I'm, you know, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you guys, that's love, but, you know, I can speak from a different experience. I'm not committed to one person.
Yeah.
I don't have to, my past is out there for everybody.
Yikes.
That's the nice thing about a relationship, is it's like, okay, now I get to just closet my past as well. But, oh geez, I'm gonna get off Instagram. The news is terrifying.
Whoa. Yeah. The new
I'm going back to my explore page. It's just the LSU gymnastics team and basketball highlights. It's just simpler times over here. Wait, what did I see?
another executive order.
Another one? It's already been he's gonna have a shorter run in presidency than Urban Meyer did it.
What kind of executive order would get you out in the streets immediately? Like if he's like, hey, the NBA has too much DEI, I'm banning it. Would you go out in the streets with a sign?
Wait, it has too much DEI? What do you mean by that? Like, why would I be out there over too much DEI? I don't know what you're saying. What are you
I'm saying that he bans. No, he bans the
make sure
NBA.
I answer this question correctly.
No, I'm saying if Trump banned the NBA because he just didn't like it, you know, calls it too much DEI, would you be out in the streets with a sign?
If he banned the NBA, yeah, I'd be out there with a sign.
You're out there, City Hall,
Yeah.
down in Des Moines.
I'm going reverse
Getting
January
sprayed
6th on
with-
him. I'm going in, baby. If he starts taking down the NBA, Trump's going to get a knock at the door.
gosh. Oh. You better watch out, man. You're gonna get us jailed up.
I'm walking in like Charlie Sheen in
Get
Wall
jailed
Street,
up.
trying to talk to Michael
Mm-mm.
Douglas. You don't have a meeting. I don't need a meeting.
Oh,
I got
gosh.
Trump's favorite flowers.
Oh gosh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I was just thinking everything's getting banned these days. Who knows? At least we're getting plastic straws. Are you happy? Is plastic straws the first like executive order that you're like, all right, maybe he's cooking a little bit here. Like,
Okay, Trump like finally made a 3. He's like 0 for 25.
yeah,
But
I know exactly. It's
somehow
like, all right.
it's like somehow the team's
Alright.
down 6, and it's like, oh, Trump just cut it to 3. It's like, well, Trump's
Have you
1 for
seen that?
25 right now.
You seen that Chris Paul meme where it's like he hits the 3 to cut the lead to 30?
Yeah. It's like, okay, Trump, you're really doing a good job. Finally, we're getting
Like,
some
all
nickels.
right, there you go. Because those paper straws suck. I'm sorry. That's one where I'm like, all right.
They went to
I'm
prevent
sorry,
defense, and Trump
kids,
finally got a
grandkids.
touchdown.
I mean, do you like the paper straws? Like, am I crazy here?
Well, I'm more of a Hydro Flask guy. I got the metal water bottle.
Okay, but we're saying you're going to the store, you're going to a restaurant, right?
Yeah,
And you got the soft drink,
yeah.
and they're serving it to you. Say you're on a road trip, and they're serving it to you in a cup, and they're like, "Do you want a paper or plastic straw? What are you going for?"
Well, obviously now I'm gonna go paper. I'm not gonna choose a plastic if I'm gonna have an option. I mean, I have a
Oh,
I have a
you're
conscience.
staying with the paper.
Which one's the right answer? Which one am I supposed to choose? Plastic, paper? I'll just ask her to pick for me. Dealer's choice. Which one will not kill a turtle?
Paper is better for the environment, but it's like the paper is kind of like, like the inside roll of toilet paper, like, that kind of carton kind of thing.
Well,
So when it has like
I'd probably just
liquids
go no
through
straw. To
it,
be
like
honest.
it
I'd probably
sucks.
just say no straw. I'll just raw dog.
Okay,
the
but how are
bottles.
you gonna drink it out the lid? You're gonna be spilling left and right. No straw.
Wait, out the
You
lid?
said
What
nothing.
am I drinking? Oh, like fast food?
Oh, yeah, like you're drinking a Sprite or something.
See, I don't really drink like fast
Okay,
food
yeah,
drinks
but
at
for
all.
this scenario,
I guess okay for this scenario, fine. You talk me into. I'm gonna get a plastic straw. What do you want me to tell
there
you?
we go. We got him. We got him.
I'm gonna drink the way I want to drink it. Okay. You got me. I'm guilty.
We got him. Well,
It's-
me too.
I have to choose between a turtle and a tree, and I'm choosing a turtle.
It's tough. It's tough, man. I don't. I can't. I can't with. It's tough. No, I agree. I can't with the paper straws.
Wait,
I do think
paper
metal
straws
straws are
everywhere?
the answer, but
straws
well,
mandatory
they
everywhere?
used that. No, well, yeah, he's saying that they will be gone. They'll be abolished. I don't think
oh,
he
he's
can
getting
actually
rid of
do
them.
that.
Of course, he's getting rid of
but he's
them.
getting rid of them. Yeah, can't help the environment.
I was gonna say that would be like a crazy thing if it went the other way, because then like plastic straws would become like
No.
a commodity. It's like, oh
Yeah,
man, I found
no,
this
and-
this box in the backs of the warehouse of like 250 plastic straws.
No, it's getting rid of the paper straws. So you have that about paper straws. Like, oh my gosh, we got in the box, bag, who knows?
Yeah, but the problem is there's no value because nobody wants them.
Mm.
But because people just go metal straw, right? Like that's the thing. Instead of paper straw,
Yeah.
people go metal straw.
Or they do what you say and you don't get a drink at all, or you just drink it with no straw or whatever.
Yeah.
Who knows? And to be honest, it's not really straws that are killing the environment. Like, they're not great for the animals, but like, let's get real. It's really the coal and energy and stuff. And whatever.
Blame it on the straws though. That'll be a good distraction.
Yeah, exactly.
easier to
Distraction.
legislate straws than it is oil.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise.
you
What
can-
will we do? I think I saw like above, like right now, it's funny when you see what in climate change initiatives, because right now they're trying to slow the rate of climate change. Like, not even there, we've already given up on trying to reverse climate change. Like, it's going to keep heating up no matter what. But now it's like, let's slow down how fast we're heating up. And with us leaving the Paris Accords, like it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And now people are kind of giving up. And now to like turn it around, it's gonna take like literally like an anti-Trump, like literally an anti-Trump dictator to like force everyone instantly to take public transportation. Like it would take like literally stopping everything to make it happen, and it's not gonna happen. So it looks like you know, we're gonna be heating up.
It looks like everything's heating up right now.
Yeah.
Tensions, NBA, climate. It's
Dude,
all
everything.
it's all preheating right now.
Oh gosh.
None of it's good. Trump, he's gonna be the quickest impeached president ever.
Well, they're
I will
already
say,
trying to
even-
get the papers out.
I guess I haven't like watched the news, but just like walking the streets, it does seem like even some of the Trump people are like, oh, you know.
I'm just saying, I've started seeing some flags go down. Once, I mean, I think definitely it
Because the
happened
other
a couple
thing
weeks
about-
ago.
Well, sorry, but the other thing about
Oh,
Trump
no.
people was like they're like, and not, I'm not saying this like hatefully. Like at the end of the day, it's like,
Yeah.
we got love for
Yeah.
everybody, but just in the political sphere, like, for Trump people, like they want to talk about Trump too. So if they're quiet about
Yeah,
Trump,
exactly.
there's a reason. For it.
Exactly. It's like, well, because it's not only, it's like, I think it definitely started when he was trying to stop some of those payments, like some of the aid that messed up people's Social Security and like Medicare and stuff. And then they're like, oh, like this sucks. And it's like, the thing is that what Trump will do will hurt the people. One of the people who, I mean, one of the people who will be affected most are the people who voted for him. And, I
Mhm.
mean, if you take, like, I think I was hearing some stat, is if you take, like, non-college educated white people out of the voting equation for this past election, Kamala Harris would have won by a landslide. And so, but then you have, and as we know, like, if you don't have college degrees, it's tougher to get jobs. And so if you're assuming you're not making 300K a year, you're gonna be paying more in taxes, flat out. Like that's already a like that's not an opinion. Like that's just fact. I mean, we're gonna
Yeah.
pay more in taxes. Like we're not, no matter what way you lean. And so unless you hit it big in some way, and then you get some massive tax breaks, like you're gonna pay more in taxes. You're gonna have less, Social Security, less. I mean, education's going to get worse. I mean, if they really get rid of the Department of Education, like we already have a horrible education
Mhm.
system. And it's like, but that's the point, is that like you start to realize, okay, so if we took out the people who haven't gotten an education, college education, white people out of the voting, Kamala would have won by a landslide. And then the people who are voted in, who won by less than half of the number of people, really work hard to not make it possible to get to college, or make it tougher to be in college, or make it tougher, to get into college, by worsening the education system and stuff, and it's just, it's very clear what is happening in terms of where we have seen capitalism and profit and everything go to such a level that it is profit over everything. And that's how it is. I mean, that's why we're talking about making Gaza into some beachside front. I mean, I think like you can't, like I think that's undeniably like crazy. Like I don't think
you can't
even if
underestimate
it's
how
crazy
scary
good,
that is.
that's insane. That's insane. And he first said that the army's going to be there. And then later the press secretaries were saying, no, the army's not going to be there. But that's insane. I mean, even so, that goes against his whole
Gonna be
America's
there.
First
They're
thing.
already there.
Exactly. So that goes totally against the America First thing. Oh, we're going to pull the troops out of, like, no, you're going to make Gaza into some beachside front. Like, even if you think Israel was cool with attacking them, like, it's not to tell people here that it's our job to pay to reconstruct Gaza. Like have a good time trying to tell, MAGA fans that, like, after telling them, for 4 years that we need to put America first. then trying to reconstruct Gaza like it's Germany after World War II.
I
You
didn't want.
know,
I
I mean,
wasn't kind of not bringing that up specifically, but I think that's the thing where people like just the general aggressiveness at
yeah,
which he moved, where
it's
everybody's
like
like,
what?
huh? Where it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you're saying like like that is like, and just the mindset of the way you're
Yeah.
moving people around. That's the bad guy
Well, and now
in a
they
way.
can't even say like, oh, we could laugh it off, like, oh, we don't need to listen to him because like U.S. aid is gone. Like they're literally ripped off the name off of the walls today for U.S. aid. You know, they blocked. I mean, I think all financial assistance except for FAFSA and like some college loans is like cut. Like there's so many public health things in the balance, and so when you do put public health and all these initiatives that were helping the poorest of the poor, many who were voting for Trump because of a promise of future, that's going to hurt your electorate so much. Like that's why you see less and less Trump, because it we know for a fact that it was people who tend to live, you know, who were mostly in the more poor part of society who were pushing for Trump. And then you have people who's like you have stories on stories of people who voted for Trump whose family, wives, kids, you know, relatives are being ripped out of these communities, you know, and it's documented that there's going to be less money made in the communities and the country as a whole if we take all undocumented immigrants and send them back. So it's just it's just seeing the logic that everyone was trying to tell it
Hmm.
and people who hadn't gotten college education that hey, like this is gonna happen and Project 2025 is gonna happen, and now you're seeing it actually happen, and it's insane. It's insane.
I remember seeing a stat that showed like the amount of executive orders that were done on day one, and
Yeah.
I remember when Biden got into office, it was like, okay, like this is a little like, he's definitely making a statement, like he's going for it. And I think the stat showed he had like 9 executive orders, and Trump, I think, had 26
Yeah.
on day one. And
It's
just
insane.
the fact that it was immediately like, I'm not gonna, I generally not the type of guy that's gonna sit up
Yeah.
here and just start pointing at people and calling them liars and stuff like that. But just like where it was like, oh, I'm gonna help you, and then he gets up and immediately you can see, like, I mean, like you were saying the whole time, there's a pivot to I'm gonna help them, and it's like so
Yeah.
obvious, and it's not even being hidden, and it's just like
Exactly.
immediately you can see everybody. I think even in people that were in favor of it are like, oh, this is immediate. This is almost the opposite of what he was saying. And just like the blatant
Exactly.
opposite of thatness is like the fact that the fact that it's the what's shocking to me is the fact that it's happened so quickly, where we're
No,
not even a
I'm
month
not
in.
surprised. Yeah. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not surprised. People, they've been planning. Like, that's why Project 2025 literally was. It was literally a think tank of like, okay, when we get a chance, like, what are we gonna do? And they thought it out and they printed it and they mailed it all to us in the internet. Like, we all had a chance to read it and we're like, all right, like, let's sign up and go down this road. And it's insane, like all this stuff. Like, yeah, you have the CEOs in the front row, you know, in front of the cabinet and the inauguration. But I think the number one thing besides this Gaza thing, and I think the Department of Education people aren't really realizing how crazy that is, but if it does happen, that's insane. And then there's also him fighting with Musk. And now Elon Musk, I mean, if you like are someone who hates, doesn't like rich people, or you're worried about people taking over the government. I mean, you have Elon Musk out here like doing whatever the heck he wants.
Elon Musk has.
But
I mean, Elon Musk can do whatever he wants. He has taken it over. Like, let's be honest.
he has taken it over. He's doing whatever, like it's crazy. But I think the biggest thing that backfired in his face was the helicopter crash. Because I think at that point, people, like reasonable people, because I believe, like, I'm not like a politician, but I believe like 80 to 90% of Americans are reasonable. Like, I think you see majority of people do want women to have free choice. Like, I think like there's a good number of people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris who did vote for people to have a choice for abortion. Like, I think most people are generally reasonable. And to have that crash happen and to immediately blame DEI, like, and to pump it and like force it down people's throats. I mean, I like I think most people are like, okay, like this, like even this is a little crazy, bro. Like
Yeah.
we can say they're taking our jobs. We can say like heck, eating our dogs, like whatever. You see videos on social media, but to be right after an accident where literally everyone dies and right on your doorstep and be like, this is DEI, like that's insane. And I think that was like the most like it didn't need to be something crazy. And he tried to push his agenda, and I think he honestly pushed too far. And I think it started the ball rolling of losing like the common people. And I think now I think you see people kind of in the middle. There's definitely, I think, more people who are willing to like cross the aisle and be like, okay, we need to get rid of Trump. Like, this is crazy. Like, we don't want like Biden, but this is crazy. So I think we're definitely seeing more protests. But as we get more along, and if he actually gets rid of the Department of Education, he continues to enact like pretty much being a dictator. Um, I could see him, either something happening like of him being out within the first year.
I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked if he did not make it to the end of the president. I don't know I don't know how he
Yeah.
wouldn't make it, but I would not be shocked if he did not make it 4 years. And like you're saying, the problem is he pushed too far in this instance, but the problem is he always pushes too far. And it's like,
Yeah.
at what point are you going to overstep in a way where it costs everybody, you know? And
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so far, like all the tariffs, like at least those countries made concessions. And I mean, honestly, they were just repeating what they already do for a lot of those scenarios.
no, yeah, that was going to
So
be its own like
thankfully for,
push and shove.
yeah,
Like,
thankfully for him, it didn't happen. But if it did, I, you know, he was really about to get screwed up. But like, I mean, the thing is that people are still mad about the price of eggs. People are still mad about the price of gas. And so, when you have obviously all this action happening, but not towards those things, and then you have the bird flu going on and stuff like that, and you have all this action, and it's clear that it's his agenda. Then I think people, reasonable people, even whether you have a college education or not, are like, okay, like this kind of sucks. I don't think it's let's get rid of Trump yet. I mean, he's only been there like less than a month,
mm-hmm.
but it's like, okay, this kind of sucks. Like, let's hopefully he'll turn it around here soon.
Like, what is the sports equivalent of, like, if he was a GM? Like, I was gonna say, like, is it the equivalent
Nico
of trading?
Harrison?
I was gonna say, is it Nico Harrison trading Doncic for Davis? But even that, like we're saying, like Davis is at least something. Like, I'd be like he's not replacing the Department of Education with an Anthony Davis. He's just trading Luka Doncic for nothing.
Well, and there have been. I'm not gonna sit here and
Not
say
that
there's
one specifically,
only.
but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
I'm not going to sit here and say there's been only downsides. I mean, illegal migrations have decreased by 90% since he's been in office. It has largely stopped stuff at the border. Like, you know, there are maybe some things that some people may agree on in the middle, whether, and I don't know. There's been some things where it's like, okay, like some of these things may make sense in terms of like maybe cutting down on government efficiency. I mean, he has cut way too far, and I definitely feel like that. But there's definitely areas that I feel like we probably are a little bloated. And who knows? But I mean, obviously, he definitely pushing his agenda way too much.
but you don't even feel the
Um,
positives in a way that you did in the other one, where it's like, okay, even if you don't agree with what he's saying, like there are ripple effects that are being had where
yeah,
you're like, okay, like at least the economy's good and stuff. Like, I don't know if are we feeling the effects of these good things yet. Like again, like you're saying, the
yeah, I don't
migration and
know.
stuff. It's probably dependent on where you're living in the towns and all this stuff. But like what is really happening at the end of the day, and just as a general vibes check
Yeah,
as well too. Like the vibes are just not good in general.
yeah, and who knows? And I mean, yeah, I don't know. I definitely, we'll see. And like we said, it's been less than a month, so it's felt like a year already. People are. I mean, there's a department. What the USA department had 10,000 people. They're gonna cut down to 220. They're gonna have 10 people covering all of Asia and 8 people covering all of Africa. Like it's insane. It's insane. Like the amount of work we used to do to help the nations, and now it's just all cut, and people are gonna starve. Really, people are gonna suffer, and at least with US aid, like it's not really going to be felt here, but I do feel like him cutting the funding for the public health stuff and like things that help people in America,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to really see. And there's like, I think like hundreds of people with experimental devices and medicines in their body, but like they don't, the funding was cut out of nowhere. So they have nowhere to go. They're just stuck with all these like experimental stuff. Um, and then there's like papers, like there's ridiculous stuff where like even if you're a medical person that really believed in him, like you can't even. I don't think like there's places where you can't really say gender, so you can't technically say like I think it's like female or woman or something. Like there's a way you can't use certain verbiage in those medical papers and stuff, and it's just it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and having constant fear, and then you have people like saying you can't like they're gonna report on each other and stuff like that if you do have DI. So who knows? I don't know where this is all headed. It's definitely headed to some kind of climax as prices continue to go up, especially once taxes continue where they're going. Everything just keeps going where it's going. It is not looking good. But I think unfortunately change does take time, even though Trump he may be able to move quick, trying to get people to convince it. It does take time to change people's mind, but I do feel like the momentum is starting to go anti-Trump, and it's gonna keep going pretty quick here because he's just not stopping, and he's got a lot of blind followers who are gonna keep following him.
Do you think he's rooting for the Chiefs or the Eagles? He's going to be at the game. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't know. He said he likes Mahomes, so
Yeah, I feel like he's rooting for the Chiefs. They tried to shoot him in Philly,
yeah.
so or in Philadelphia.
Did
So
they really?
well, in Harrison or whatever he was at in
Oh yeah,
Philadelphia
that was in
or
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that was in Pennsylvania. They hit him. He got hit.
Yeah, he got shot. So maybe
Yeah,
he's just a Kansas City fan because of that.
who knows?
He's just anti Pennsylvania. But he did win that state though, right? Or did he
Yeah,
come?
no, he
Yeah, I think
he
he
won
all
all
the
the
states.
battleground states. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, I think looking back at it, people were saying like I was watching some video. If he had the percentages of what he won, and everything, even if he went against like Obama, he would have won.
Hmm.
Like it was kind of ridiculous. But that's the thing with California. It's just so many people that even though their votes kind of don't matter. Like it's blue, but even with all that, like, and so because there's just so many people in California, it's like when you win them and a couple other states, you get like half of America, which is why we might secede next time. Y'all be on your own.
No, don't leave. See, this is why you shouldn't have left
Uh,
Iowa. You're just diluting your own vote. You
there
got to do
go.
it for
I'm
the
out.
betterment of America. You've got to move
I'm out.
back.
No, I'm not changing.
It's really
Iowa.
for the
Iowa's
country.
way too red.
Sam's like, nah, if I got it, I'll take the sun over that.
Nah, I'm gonna go to a battleground state. Go to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Yeah, go fight the war.
Might have
There you
hope
go.
there. Yeah, not Iowa. Jeez.
Go get on the real front lines.
There you go.
Nice. Well, hopefully the vibes are better this weekend. Because I'm rooting for the
Hopefully.
Chiefs too. So
I appreciate it.
we'll see what
I
happens.
appreciate it. Yeah,
I'm a Mahomes guy to the bitter end. So
we'll see. Right now, I'm planning to watch the game with Papa Price, and as
Oh.
you can suspect, he is hoping the Eagles, stop being
he's
the
a
division
Raiders
rivals.
fan, so
Yeah, exactly.
he's
So
got that
I've had a couple of
natural
Raiders
hate.
fans. I will say, I was looking. I guess there is the NFL awards came out, and I did predict in a group chat with friends that Josh Allen was going to win. I just felt like, should he have won? I don't know. The stats make it tough, but I knew he was probably going to win with all the kind of narrative of him and not having Diggs and now carrying this team. But what do you think, Rem? Should Lamar have won?
Can I be honest? I think it's totally okay to look at the bigger picture of NFL history and go, can we give Lamar a third MVP before he does something a little bit more in the playoffs? To me, that's totally okay.
A third MVP before their third playoff win?
Yeah, I honestly think that's totally fair. I get that it's a season-to-season award, but when you're going for your second and third, I think it's okay to start bringing in the bigger picture. And I think that if Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen were both at their first MVP this year, I think you're giving it to Lamar easily. But
Yeah.
I think because of the storylines, then yeah, I think that's totally fair. I'm okay with
But
bringing in history.
Ram, it's a regular season award.
Yeah,
Come on, Ram.
and
What are you
Josh Allen was
talking
awesome in the
about?
regular season.
Yeah, but Lamar beat him on every stat,
And
Ram.
is there something in the NFL bylaws that says the NFL MVP is only a regular season award based on the 17
Yeah,
games?
it's a regular season award.
Maybe
That's
we
what I
need
was
to look
arguing
into
before
that. I feel like
is.
that's just a fake
I don't
narrative that's
know.
generated to.
Just a little bit. I definitely feel like Josh Allen, he meant more to his team. I understand. It's not like who's the best player in the league.
And that is true. Like the
award.
Ravens had Derrick Henry. Like that's a good case.
Yeah, like they had Derrick Henry. They had the defense was pretty good. I'm not gonna sit here and say he wasn't really impactful to his team. But yeah, I mean, who is gonna be better without their quarterback? The Ravens or or the Bills? Like the Bills have nothing without Josh Allen. Nothing. And I think Sam Darnold could get the Ravens to, he could get them a couple wins. Definitely would be a lot better. Like, who would Sam Darnold play better with is the question. An average quarterback, an average pocket passer, and it's definitely Ravens by a lot. No, I was mostly arguing with a Raiders fan about Brock Bowers
For MVP?
Oh no, for offensive rookie of the year that he should have gotten it instead of Jaden.
Well, I mean, if we're
And,
talking about value to the team,
That's my point. Is that like
Brock Bowers
yes,
is the only thing the Raiders got going.
yeah, he did break what was it, 4 NFL records.
And so that's why I was like, okay, I do agree he did have a better offensive season, but Jaden did more to.
Well, no, he didn't. Jane Daniels had a better season still. Jane Daniels was a quarterback that had was winning games and game-winning drives.
Well, that's the point.
Highlights
and
Hail Marys.
He translated more to winning, but that's where you go like, okay, so do quarterbacks always win this award? You know what I'm saying?
No, didn't Jamar Chase win that award?
Yeah, I think he could. I think he can be, but I do think it does. I mean, just like any award, it does lean heavy on quarterbacks, but I think quarterbacks have the most on their shoulders. So when they're able to carry that load really well, it's tough. It's tough. So I
think Brock
definitely
Bowers would have won it if Jaden Daniels wasn't one of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league this year. Jaden Daniels was legitimately in the MVP conversation.
Was he?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. If he was out in the first round and got blown out, do you think he's winning it?
Yeah, the playoffs don't matter for rookie of the year, I don't think.
Yeah, but they're in the voter's mind. And guess what the voter just saw? Him beat up the Lions. And that's why he won it by a landslide. Like he was about to be a unanimous one, and then someone voted for Brock Bowers. So my point is, I think if they had won, if they had gotten blown out in the first round of the playoffs and he had 4 picks, I think Brock Bowers is making it a lot closer, and I think he would win, actually.
No, Jane Daniels, again, he still had 5 game-winning drives this past year. That Bears Hail Mary, that's the play of the year.
That was a tip pass. I still think
he got it there.
I don't know. I think
it was
think
perfect.
The
you
playoffs
threw it right
came
to Tyreek Stevenson.
So you're saying the playoffs had nothing to do with him?
Well, didn't they vote on it before?
Getting all but 1 win.
Did they vote on it before?
No, they don't. Let me see.
I don't think so.
I think the voting might be done already. I don't know. Because then why would the MVP be a regular season award if the Rookie of the Year is not?
NFL.
MVP is a bigger award, but
yeah.
But no, I mean Jaden Daniels was too good this year. Brock Bowers was awesome. But I feel like Brock Bowers took a couple weeks to
are submitted at the end of the season.
Brock Bowers took a couple weeks to get going as well too, I thought maybe. Versus
Oh,
Daniels
I
kind
guess
of came
yeah,
out
you're
saying
right. Votes are put in at the end of the season.
it. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess regular playoffs don't affect it in the voters' head. I guess it's just how we rationalize it. So yeah, I mean, I still think Brock Bowers should have got more votes. Um, but yeah, what's his face? Josh Allen. Yeah, I'm not surprised Josh Allen won. Uh, yeah, it would have been crazy in my mind though for a player to have 3 MVPs and 2 playoff wins. I think that's crazy. I don't think is
Yeah, I
that
mean,
even a
at
club?
some point, it's like, why does Lamar get that benefit? No disrespect to Lamar, but it's like we've had in every sport year after, like LeBron, for example. Like, if we're just gonna give Lamar the MVP every year, then why didn't we just give LeBron the MVP every year? Like, is it just, are we in the post era of that where we're looking back and going, we should just give it to the obvious pick every year and not overthink it? Or am I just not seeing the Lamar impact correctly for the Ravens? Because he does get this benefit of the doubt for the MVP thing that just doesn't seem like any other player in any other sport gets.
Yeah. Let me see.
Like, even Jokic this year, like, Shea is deserving of the MVP if he wins it, but, like, Jokic is still that guy. And Shea,
So right now, oh, where's
no, yeah, go ahead.
Jay? Yeah. So right now the MVP. So everyone has 2 MVPs: Joe Montana, Steve Young, Kurt Warner, Pat Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. And if he had won a third MVP, Jackson, he would be up with Jim Brown, you know, Brett Favre, Johnny Unitas, and Tom Brady. So,
Peyton Manning.
I don't know how many playoff wins Jim Brown had, but
I think Jim Brown's got a couple championships in there.
why isn't Peyton Manning here?
Yeah, I think Rodgers should be on there too.
Yeah, Rodgers is at 4 or 5. Oh, Peyton has the most at 5.
Yeah.
He had 5? Golly.
So I guess there you go. Peyton is that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a guy that just,
Yeah.
every year. Just we should have done it with LeBron. Pause.
Not in the big game. You can make it though. Yeah. No, I think people were just sick of LeBron, especially when he went to the Heat. People just wanted to hate on him.
Yeah, and then the way Steph just ascended in those early Cavs years, it was just hard to
Exactly.
award LeBron the #1 spot.
Yeah.
But either way, good luck to your Chiefs. I got to take off, so
Yeah, no worries. I know it's late over there.
We gotta
see. Are you live
put a
streaming
bow
or
on it. We'll see what happens Sunday. Just stay tuned to the
how
channel.
are you watching the game?
I don't know yet. There's some stuff in the works, but I guess chat. I just have to decide. Do I want to live watch with the chat or do I want to live watch with the group? It's just what it is. It's just what it is. So I have a couple hours to decide, chat. Slide in the DMs at Sam on Instagram. If I guess if you want us to watch along, and if you want Sam to call in from Papa Price in front of the bar. Does Papa Price just make it take shots every time the Mahomes gets sacked or something? Like, how does that work?
No, we will not be at the bar, and we were like on the side area next to the bar, but no, we will not be. No shots will be taken. We will be locked in.
Maybe a celebratory shot if you get the 3-peat.
Maybe
a 3-peat title.
Maybe I'll do a black flip or something.
Yeah, you got to take a shot if you win a 3-peat, a third in a row. I might take a shot for you if that happens.
Yeah, who knows?
I'll take one for each Super Bowl.
There you go.
How about this? One for each time you won a regular season game to get to the Super Bowl.
And the Super Bowl.
Okay,
well,
every time Mahomes completes a pass, I guess I'll take a shot.
There you go.
If you're talking me into it.
I guess Rem is not doing the pod.
Yeah, I guess stay tuned if you want to see me slumped over by the third drive of the game. But yeah, that'll be Rem and Sam on Instagram if you want to slide in the DMs. We're here on the YouTube if you want to subscribe, the pod feeds, Apple and Spotify. So, like I said,
appreciate y'all support.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. It's been a fun ride 2024, and 2025 has been off to a hot start. So We appreciate everything. But like I
Yeah.
said, we'll be back Sunday, so stay tuned. We don't know when yet, but we will be here. Super Bowl, it's a good time. Kendrick Lamar halftime. There's a lot going on Sunday, so you're not
I
going to miss it.
know. It's gonna be a good one. It's
Are
gonna
you
be a
going to
good
want to
one.
watch?
Lamar Super Bowl, yeah. Or Kendrick Lamar, yeah.
Yeah, are you going to know any of
Just
the
watching
songs?
out like us 30 times played.
Just wishing it was Drake. But okay, I got to go, people. See you later.
Drake.
Drake.